Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground as we get set for another Metro Bank One Day Cup clash. Delighted to welcome our visitors from over the bridge today for Glamorgan and all of their fans. Very good to see here at Chelmsford. Out in the middle, we have the two captains and the umpires just doing their debrief, as it were. So Simon Widdop and James Middlebrook, our two umpires today. Peter Such, of course, the match referee. Also a very good afternoon to Paul Parkinson and Andrew Hignell, our scorers up in the box. Kieran Carlson and Tom Wesley just swapping teams, checking there's 11 on each side. Tom Wesley has the coin, raided the piggy bank again. Kieran Carlson calls heads. It's right. Wes? Right, you've won the toss. What are you doing?
We're going to have a bat.
Yeah, no second thoughts about it?
No surprises there. Obviously, it's a used wicket. Had huge success here batting first last home game, so hopefully we can repeat that.
We know momentum in any sport is vital and valuable. How different does it feel in the camp now with those back-to-back wins?
Yeah, hugely. I think even those first three games we played some good cricket, but we couldn't quite go over the line. But two, fairly emphatic wins, helps the cause. So no, the morale in the camp's high.
And team news for the home side today?
Good question. We're without Camp, so Noah comes back in, and we've also got Snates coming back in for Charlie Bennett.
Good. Right, go and get yourself sorted out. Kieran, welcome back to Chelmsford. Did I leave you hanging? Oh, sorry, Wes. That's it. More important people to talk to. Kieran, thoughts on the track, thoughts on fielding first?
Yeah, looks a good wicket. We were kind of 50-50 between bat and bowl, so pretty happy I lost the toss. And yeah, bowling first, so hopefully keep them to a parish score and try and chase it down later on. It's
been a tough month. As defending champions, it was always going to be tough anyway, but a good chance to get some feel-good back in the ranks.
Yeah, definitely. It's been really tough. Obviously, I haven't quite kind of nailed it from where we were last year, but yeah, every game where we put on the Glamorgan shirt is a big one for us. So yeah, looking to kind of turn over a very good Essex team and hopefully put on a good show.
And team news today?
Andy Gorvin misses out and Ben Morris comes in for the first game of his competition.
Well, good to have you back at Chelmsford. Go well today. So Essex have won the toss and they're going to bat. We will bring you team news in just a mo. So, time to get play underway here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Let's welcome our umpires today, James Middlebrook and Simon Widdop. And coming on from the Sir Alistair Cook end, our visitors, Glamorgan. And the two opening batters for Essex, number 47, Robin Dass, and number 20, Matt Critchley. Opening proceedings from the Sir Alistair Cook end, number 27, Zainul Hassan.
It's an interesting one. He's got a couple slips in. Does Hassan, third man, fine leg, everyone else inside the ring. Just the one man in a cover, point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket as well inside the ring. So there are gaps around the field here for Critchley. But he's solid in defence again. looking to come down the wicket. Done it a few times, Dan, hasn't he? Just using his feet to come at the bowler, try and get to the pitch. Eliminate the swing and seam from Hassan.
Goes to show the pace of the wicket as well, though, doesn't it? That you can actually do that and not have to go and visit the dentist.
Feet again, this time beaten outside the off stump. Bit shorter, the length dragged back there from Hassan, with Critchley looking to come down and flies past his outside edge there to end the over. 1 run from it, off the bat of Das. Critchley just seeing out the rest of the over. 1 without loss here, the home side.
Yeah, very warm welcome if you're listening from the other side of the Severn Bridge. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Unfortunately, you were lumbered with me last Friday and looks like you're lumbered with me again today, Glamorgan fans, so I do apologise. Ned Leonard bowled very well in the game against Gloucestershire at Bristol last Friday. He's unlucky to be on the losing side. He's going to take us away from the Graham Gooch end. 2 for 49 in a high-scoring game at Bristol. Glamorgan got 288. Gloucestershire chased it down, 5 down, thanks to a brilliant 143 from Cameron Bancroft.
Picked up a 3 for against Hampshire in the opening round, I think, as well, did Leonard.
Yeah, he bustles in. As that's defended by Das.
Yeah,
Back 2 slips again.
back of a length there to start from Leonard. Good first delivery, straight on the money.
Tribes at first, Billy Roots at second. Tribe took an absolute worldie against Gloucestershire on Friday, where ball flew off Ollie Price's edge of his bat to north-east, who parried it, and Tribe went running back over his shoulder to catch it one-handed. Leonard on the money straight away.
That's been a good start here for Glamorgan. Just the 1 run still off the bat. Just finding the right length as much as anything else.
Pleasant day here in the east. A few sort of fluffy clouds around, but generally quite warm. 22, 23 degrees.
Yeah,
Well, it
not
feels
bad.
cold compared to this. I've actually brought a jumper to the game for the first time in weeks and weeks and weeks. Das again defending.
Yeah, the clouds have definitely parted since the toss. Even it was pretty overcast and grey this morning driving up here, and even when we first got to the ground, Dan. But it's bright blue skies. You say there's a bit of a smattering of clouds up there as well, but it's batting conditions right now, you'd have to say.
Yeah, the clouds have parted wider than the umpire's hairlines. Leonard. Das pushes this out into the covers, where Root does the fielding. Sorry, it's Henry Hurl who's in at second slip. Youngster from Cardiff Uni, where Glamorgan have taken so many players in recent years. Asa Tribe's another one. Andy Gorvin was one who's missing out today. Oh, that's a flash from Das. Crashes into the gloves of Smale, who's keeping wicket today due to the finger injury picked up by Alex Horton in the game last week. Smale's sister plies her trade in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, I wonder if she gave him a few tips before the game today.
Yeah, I think the family are from Chepstow originally, which is just over the other side of the Severn Bridge. And that's a maiden from Leonard. Hits a length, doesn't he? Hits a sort of heavy ball, just back of a length. And I think he's a cracking bowler, Ned Leonard.
Yeah, it's a good start from him. This is it's a used wicket, the same one that was used against Surrey about a week ago now, and you can kind of see there's a little bit of green on the wicket from where we're sat up in the commentary box, but there's a lot of footmarks on it as well, which will offer a bit of opportunity for spinners in the game. Simon Harmer, obviously one of the Essex, or the Essex leader of the spin attack, and the Romano Franco, slow left armour for Glamorgan, I'm sure will be looking to target them later on today as well. Hassan continues. Critchley facing up and flicks that one away nicely to get off the mark. Just going to be a single out towards the fielder down there at fine leg. Leonard's.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Romano Franco. Plays his club cricket at Northup, which is up sort of Mould, Wrexham, up in the north of Wales.
Yeah, I was looking at the players. There is majority Welsh or kind of Welsh-based players, which is good to see as well. Hassan in and defended again there, this time by Das.
Yeah, Franco, they've gone up to North Wales in the past, Glamorgan. David Lloyd, who's now at Derbyshire, from the same part of the world. Matt Maynard was from that neck of the woods. He was from Bangor originally.
Turned into the leg side again. Leonard's charging round to try and stop that. They'll get back for two. With the seamer cutting it off just in front of the pavilion. Down to our right. Das picks up a couple for it though. That's seemingly where all the runs have come from so far, when Hassan has just strayed a fraction straight. These two looking to cash in and just turn it into the leg side for a couple. It's generally a really quick outfield here at Chelmsford, particularly with the sun that we've had this summer as well. So it can race away down towards the rope. So that one almost chops back on, inside edge there, I think, from Das. Just keeping it off his stumps.
Yeah, nearly squeezed through his gate there.
Yeah, Das and Critchley have been the partnership in the opening 5 rounds of the One Day Cup here for Essex. Das made 3 50s along the way. Critchley a 50 and a ton, as I've already mentioned, last game against Leicestershire. Again, flicked around the corner towards Leonard at fine leg.
He's looking to shape it away. He shaped the 6th ball of his first over away, and he's just getting a little bit greedy and just straying onto the legs there. He's wants to be more of a 4 stump line, I think, here, Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, as you say, unless he's getting one to really nip away and swing away, it's a tricky balance to try and find here. Again to the leg side. That was punched through mid-wicket. Beats the first dive, but won't beat the second. So that's collected nicely. They go back for a couple. Good fielding there from Glamorgan's mid-on in the end. Is that Sam Northeast on as a sub-fielder already?
Yeah, he's a sub-fielder.
Oh wait, no, that's... No, I've not got number 18 down.
I think it is.
I'll have to have a quick look at at numbers. End of the over there either way. 3 overs gone, 7 without loss here. Essex. Still a couple slips in for Glamorgan. 3rd man fine leg, and otherwise the Ringfield unchanged so far. Leonard continues from the Graham Gooch end.
And he comes short, wide, and crashed towards the pavilion. And Das climbing into that one. I think that might be young Callum Nichols. Plays his club cricket at St Fagans. One of the strongest clubs in the South Wales Premier League. It's averaged over 50 last 2 years. Apparently the only Welsh speaker in the squad. Do you speak any Welsh, Tobes?
Borodar, which is hello. That's about it, I think.
Better length, but Das defends, gets a thick inside edge, and it runs through square leg for an easy single. Now, we are sitting at the Sir Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford. Sir Alistair Cook was a rock star, which is unlikely. He's more of like a James Blunt type rock star, isn't he? He's more of a like a Coldplay. He's quite non-offensive, quite easygoing, easy listening.
I was thinking Coldplay is a good option. That was
Yeah.
first came to mind for me.
Yeah. We want to know, and you can drop Toby a line, if cricketers were rock stars, who would they be? And let's know.
Yeah.
We want to know the answers. Or flash from Critchley. Drop us a line on X, formerly known as Twitter. You can drop me a line, Dan Whiting, at the middle stump, or Toby a line at T Reynolds, REYNOLDS _sport. Who would yours be, Tobes?
My rock star counterpart. Oh,
No, well, no. Your cricketer who would be.
yeah, I was gonna say my rock star counterpart is probably someone who can't play an instrument.
Defended. We've got James in from BBC Essex in the box with us today, giving updates into their newsroom. So he can get his matter around that one as well. But we want to know, if you're listening in at home, whether you're an Essex fan or a Glamorgan fan, let us know. If cricketers were rock stars, who would they be?
I was trying to think of rock stars first up and then associate them with cricketers. Jimi Hendrix has got to be one to try and pair off with someone.
Defended.
It's got to be a sort of T20 specialist for Jimi Hendrix, maybe? Kind of a freewheeling firecracker of some sort, perhaps?
Ace of Tribe with his glasses on there at first slip. Got a bit of the Elton John about him, hasn't he?
Is that just the fact he wears glasses?
Yeah. I'm not sure. He's actually a really nice player. I'm not sure he's too much of a diva. Leonard. Bustling in from the Graham Gooch end. Defended, pushed into the offside. Ball dribbles out to Billy Root. Sorry. Ed Byram, extra cover.
Yeah, 12 without loss here. Essex. Das with just the one boundary so far. Absolutely nailed that cut shot. Which, I think, as you mentioned, Leonard generally pretty metronomic. Just dropped it a fraction short. Das allowed to free his hands through there. Hassan continues from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. Pretty straight again. This time, just nipping away a fraction and squaring up Das.
Yeah, almost turned, didn't it?
But he survives. Just played it out into the covers. That's a much better line, I think, from Hassan. He, as you mentioned, Dan, I think if you can get the ball to nip around a fraction, it would just make him that little bit more dangerous. Otherwise, he's been straying too straight. That's another one too straight, I think, and down towards fine leg. Ned Leonard down there has been probably the fielder who's touched the ball most today so far. Not only is his 12 deliveries, but pretty much every run other than that Das cannon through the offside has been down towards him at fine leg. Through for one. Critchley faces up again. Pretty busy crowd so far. Tom Pearce stands to our right, looking pretty busy on the top tier. There's a members area down there, the pavilion as well. Just slight change in field here for Glamorgan. The second slip is coming out. Henry Hurl and just dropping in a short extra. Use of feet again there from Critchley, looking to scamper through for a single, but nothing on the cards there for him. Looking to use bottom hand and whip through the leg side, but fielded well by Billy Rutan there at mid-wicket. Again into the leg side from Critchley, but again fielded by mid-on. And that could be Ben Morris actually in there, number 18. Let's have a look at squad numbers.
We got told he was given number 12.
Yeah. He's down as number 18 on Glamorgan's website. So
There we go.
assume
We got
it's
Solar
him.
Lemon.
Yeah, he's one of the changes Glamorgan have made to their side today, making his Metro Bank debut for the season. Bowls a bit of seam, young guy, just 21 years old. Punch down the ground, but only as far as the skipper, Kieran Carlson, in there at mid-off.
Lovely venue at Abergavenny as well, under Sugarloaf Mountain. What feat was achieved there? Can you remember?
No.
Andrew Simons equalled the world record from out sixes in innings. I think he hit 16. I think it's been broken since, but he equalled the world record there. 16 sixes in innings.
Punch down the ground straight. They can get through for one. They make it home safe. Good running there from Critchley and from Das. Just took off straight away, running to the weaker hand of Morris.
Glamorgan have been playing at Neath as well, haven't they, in this competition? Next to the Knoll, rugby ground. Well, they had a game washed out when everyone else played. Good old Welsh summer.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that is definitely one of the biggest strengths of the Metro Bank One Day Cup is the fact that it is just taken all around the country. Obviously, I think pretty much every game will be played here at Chelmsford, but everywhere else where you look at someone like Yorkshire and it's such a massive county, and it gets taken to outgrounds. York sees a few games. Scarborough as well, yeah, and it just allows kind of people all over the country to see cricket a little bit more.
Here's Leonard. Oh, that's a big shout. But
Just tailing down the leg side, I reckon, a fraction there. I think it's probably hit in front of leg stump.
Middlebrook not interested. I'm all for Yorkshire returning to play at Bramall Lane again. Actually in a football ground.
Yeah.
I think we had this in the 70s where I've got a feeling they sort of had some cricket, first bit of floodlit cricket, and they played it at Stamford Bridge.
An interesting choice of venue, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh, that's just near back. Das having to adjust his shot there. Funny sort of shot.
I guess the one thing with football grounds is what the Oval hosted the first FA Cup final, I think it was, and maybe some of the first internationals as well. So it's just almost reversed there, isn't it? Give the football grounds some cricket.
Yorkshire used Bramall Lane up until about 1973. And in fact, it was the cricket ground who owned it originally and allowed the football ground to come in. It was three-sided up until 1973. Oh, that's a little waft there by Das, flirting with that one outside off stump.
Yeah, no foot movement there from Das. We saw the one he did connect with that ran for 4. He didn't have much foot movement either, but that one, just a much better line and length, means he was just caught sort of on his heels as much as anything else there, looking to just flay that one out through the covers.
But Yorkshire at the time when the cricket club were booted out. I'll come on to it after this ball from Leonard. Oh, that's a good stiving stop at point. Really good.
Again, some congratulations there, and rightfully so. Top tumbling dive.
Byram. Yeah, a young Yorkshire member described it as a son kicking his mother out of the house. And then Yorkshire went and played at Abbeydale up in Sheffield. But they don't use any venue in Sheffield at all now. Leonard. Oh, again. Just a little bit of away movement. He's got both these openers in a spot of bother. Yeah, there's been some wonderful outgrounds around the country, isn't there, in this campaign? We said Nice.
I was down in
Arundel?
Arundel, yeah,
Yeah.
For the women's, but they played men's there as well and some disability cricket too.
Cheltenham College. Oh, that. My kids actually went to school next door. Yeah,
Very cool.
yeah.
The sign continues here, and that one slashed through, backward point this time. Should run away for 4. Does reach the boundary. Another really good shot. Das this time through the offside. He's so strong. Just offered that little bit of width. Just freed it arms. Raced away.
In fact, when my son was about 10, he's 24 now. When he was about 10, a current Glamorgan player came into his school to give a talk. Sam North East, who's at Kent.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. This time pulled out into the leg side. Good fielding down there from Leonard again. Just flicked away for a single. Das on to 15 with that.
Yeah, North East apparently still lives in Kent.
Long old commute.
That is a serious commute. And he lives right down the other end of Kent
Yeah.
as well, because he's from like Walmer, which is sort of down near Dover. I think he lives in Broadstairs or somewhere like that. So it's right on the... I mean, it's almost in France.
Yeah. He is closer to France than Wales with that, you'd think. That is crazy. Surely this is a kind of local game for him. Slashed up in the air. Should be taken, is taken. The captain settled under it. That's the first wicket. Matt Critchley looking to go over the top, down the ground. Just cloths it a fraction. Hangs in the air for quite a long time. And Glamorgan have their first with that. 25 for 1.
Yeah, I think Ul Hassan just held that back a little bit. Slightly slower ball. Fox Critchley and Carlson with a simple catch. He departs for 9. Essex lose their first wicket with a score on 25. But with the used pitch, I don't think we're going to see a score in the 400s like we saw in the Surrey game.
No, I think you're right there. It does look a little bit slower. I think, as you've already mentioned, Dan, with Critchley looking to use his feet early on, and that time as well, just sticking in the pitch. I think Critchley perhaps trusting it a little bit more than he perhaps should, looking to be aggressive early on. But it means we will see the skipper, Tom Westley, come out to join Das. He's had a reasonable start to the campaign, Westley. Couple 50s along the way, picked up a 3-fer with his off spin, where he bowled quite a lot early on in the campaign while Harmer was unavailable on paternity leave. Couple 43s as well against Worcestershire here a few weeks ago, and in their opening rounds against Nottinghamshire as well.
Sean Carey's been in touch watching. Welcome to the stream, Sean. Hope you're well. Does a lot of work with disability cricket around the country. Good man.
First ball here for Wesley. Just turns that one down the ground towards Morris, who fields. Dot ball first up.
2 mid-wickets in straight away. They know Wesley favours the leg side somewhat.
Yeah, he's very much strong, whipping it through that exact mid-wicket region. 2 catches in there. I think that's Root and Hurl. Uses feet. Chips that one over the offside into the gap. They'll get back for a couple. not quite the option of 3. Das very tempted by it, but just has to stutter and stop himself from coming back.
Both these grounds are quite similar, aren't they? They're a lot bigger, square of the wickets and straight. Cardiff's the same. If you go too full at Cardiff, you end up in the River Taff.
You can end up in the river here as well, over the top of the Tom Pearce stand to our right.
There's one that got hit in there the other week, didn't there?
There's been quite a few. Curtis Camphor, I think, found it a few times, possibly Harmer as well, and a few against Worcestershire when I was commentating last. Again, that one's into the leg sides. Just for one, Ned Leonard, for what must be his probably 10th time he's had to field the ball down there in front of the Hospitality. End of the 7th over there, 28 for 1, Essex.
Camphor's missing this one?
Yeah, he's just gone back to Ireland for a week. I think Essex have said it was always the plan for him to take a bit of time out. Just in for 3 games, so he'll be back for the Gloucestershire game in a couple of days' time on Sunday, which is here as well.
And he played for Gloucestershire in last year's campaign. Yeah.
So he'll be, know a few of them pretty well, I'm sure, with that.
I think he only played about 4 games. He's one of these guys that comes in and comes out, unlike some other overseas players.
Yeah, I mean, Simon Harmer, we'll see a lot more of later with his off-spin. It was another one we're going to pose a question to you guys listening. Who is the most... when you think of a county overseas, who is your kind of stalwart of county overseas? I was saying to Dan before today that Harmer, I think whenever I just think of county cricket, he stands out to me.
Leonard in, and Wesley gets that one fine. Going to run away for 4. Nice shot. Played it with a flourish as well. Bit of whip. Yeah, I mean, overseas have changed, haven't they? Simon Harmer is an anomaly these days, isn't he? Because they come in, they come out, and Simon Harmer has been one of those guys who's been here for not far off 10 years now.
Captain the side within that time as well.
Yeah.
He's probably an Essex boy.
Oh, that's caressed through to the pavilion. Very pleasant shot. Yeah, in the 70s, I mean, you sort of always associated your overseas, didn't you, with sort of various counties. Glamorgan, we'll remember Collis King, Rodney Ontong, Majid Khan, back in the day. Leonard, defended.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember the stories of, Lancashire, where they had, was it Patrick Pattinson and
Michael Holding?
Yeah, Michael
or
Holding,
maybe
Wazzy
Makram, yeah.
And so you'd play it to the twos game against one of the best bowlers in the world, and there's not a huge amount you can do, or they'll be sent off to the Lancashire leagues or something like that.
I'd have had a bit of a hamstring strain.
Yeah.
Playing on some club ground with uncovered pitches back then as well.
Exactly.
Leonard. Sick inside edge by the look of it. Onto the pad. Ball dribbles out into the leg side for another single. Yeah, you associate, Sylvester Clarke with Surrey, Wayne Daniel with Middlesex, Malcolm Marshall with Hampshire, Asif Iqbal with Kent, Mike Proctor and Zahir Abbas with Gloucestershire, Viv, although he did play for Glamorgan in the latter stages of his career, but you associate Viv and Big Bird with Somerset, don't you? Oh, that's caught. Das goes. Good low catch by Byram. And Das just not getting over the top of that cut shot and going for power rather than rolling his wrists. And Leonard, I think, deserves that.
Yeah, really good takedown in front of him there from Byron. Sort of almost half hit, half chipped a little bit by Das, he did look to try and... Well, he's found the boundary a few times through the offside, and that time didn't quite seem to come off the bat as smoothly as it has done, and looked again like it was going to die in front of Byron, but he got down low in front of him and just plucked it off, probably 1 inch off the ground.
Yeah.
It's a couple wickets now for Essex in quick succession. Brings Allison to the crease here, one of Essex's young middle order, one of their many sort of 20-year-olds. Got Luke Benkenstein and Noah Thane in at 5 and 6 as well.
Yeah, he's good. The Essex League's always been strong. Good to see Essex going into their heartland. Das, I think, came through Wanstead Cricket Club, didn't he? And they always have done, really. I mean, Jamie Porter through Chingford. Best sporting person to come out of Chingford ever. Never mind David Beckham. Jamie Porter is your man.
I reckon quite a few England fans would agree that one of them didn't play enough for England and one of them maybe too much.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence, another one from Chingford. Leonard, oh, that's nearly sneaked through. He's going to get 4 runs for his troubles, Allison. But a Surrey cut.
Yeah, a little bit lucky there. Just nipped back a fraction, kept a little bit low as well, and very easily could have cannoned onto his stumps there from the inside edge, Allison.
Yeah, 8 overs gone. Essex 41 for 2. Allison's on 4. Wesley's on 12. Das caught by Byram off the bowling of Leonard in that over for 15. And he followed Matt Critchley back to the pavilion. Caught by Kieran Carlson. Going for a big drive and just lofting the ball very high to mid-off. That was off the bowling of Zain Ul Hassan, who's now got the ball in his hands. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Toby Reynolds, here on Essex Cricket TV.
Just a reminder, you can get in touch with Dan and myself at the middle stump for Dan and at @TReynolds_sport for myself. Hassan continues. Turn through the leg side again. There is a sweeper out there at deep square leg, so they'll just get 1 for it. That was picked up nicely by Billy Root, who's been pushed out to the boundary. And yeah, got a couple of questions for you guys to answer as well. We're talking about who do you most associate with county cricket and particularly overseas players. We're talking about Simon Harmer, who's just an Essex legend nowadays, but also cricketing rock stars as well.
Yeah.
Who have you got then, Dan? Who are your cricketing rock stars?
Well, I went Sir Alistair Cook, being like a James Blunt, fairly non-offensive. Liked by quite a lot of people, but fairly sort of non-offensive, never, you know.
That one's just prodded out into the covers. I'm trying to think, who are your...
I can't imagine James Blunt or Sir Alistair Cook trashing a hotel room.
No.
You?
It would be very much out of character from them both. I'm trying to think, who are the biggest sort of one-hit wonders, rock stars you can think of? Because I'm thinking surely someone like Carlos Brathwaite. It was, I guess, 4 hits it took him, but that big moment in the 2016 World Cup. And he's not quite replicated it since. That was defended, back to the bowler.
Yeah, there was an Aussie singer in the 80s. He was an Australian Italian called Joe Dolce, who had a hit with "Shut Up at Your Face." And yeah, he was pretty much a one-hit wonder.
I just googled one-hit wonders. Aha with "Take on Me" apparently.
Nah, they had a few. They had a few.
is-
Yeah, the Living Daylights. Yeah.
That one's through the leg side, beats the dive there in at mid-wicket, and will roll away for 4 down to the pavilion. Allison through the leg side this time. They still got a couple catches in there at mid-wicket, but it evades them both.
Yeah, aha, that's harsh. That is harsh.
You can blame Google's AI for that one. Who else have they suggested? Gotcha with somebody that I used to know, and Soft Cell with Tainted Love.
They had a few hits, soft sell.
So what if I have a one-hit wonders playlist? So we can have a look through that one, perhaps. Defensive this time from Allison.
So
Oh, here we go. Wheatus, Teenage Dirtbag.
Yeah,
perhaps.
yeah. But Joe Dolce, you know, is like sort of in the 80s, that sort of hit. Yeah, so Carlos Brathwaite would be Joe Dolce.
Another one that could be is perhaps it was good day for him, but Daniel Poulter with bad day was maybe more Ben Stokes at that time. Obviously, Cotton Eye Joe, Rednecks. I can't imagine they've had many more. Two of their top 3 songs on Spotify are Cotton Eye Joe for the Rednecks, so I assume that might be a definition for them. Not sure if they are quite rock stars though.
Sort of country and western.
Yeah. That ends the 9th over there. Just one left in the power play. 46 for 2, the home side here. Couple boundaries for Allison as he's on to 8. Wesley 13 off 8, the skipper. And Leonard will bowl this final over of the power play here. 1 for 24 from his 4 overs. Reasonably expensive, but he has bowled pretty well. Hitting a good hard length most of the time.
That's whipped with a plum through mid-wicket there by Wesley. There might be 2 mid-wickets in, but just work straight on to sort of middle leg. That brings up the Essex 50 as well in the 10th over. Power play over in 5 balls.
Yeah, it's just been quite complimentary of Leonard, but that one again, just fraction straight. And these 2 batters are definitely going to punish you, as we've seen through the leg side. They've just dropped one of the catching mid-wickets onto the ring there.
It's wide of off stump. Leonard just tempting Wesley. I think this pitch might turn a little bit. We saw in the warm-ups on, well, extremely used wickets, how much turn there was. I think it was Benkenstein was getting it to go massively, wasn't he?
With his googlies as well, which is pretty impressive. Absolutely ripping and spitting off the surface. And yeah, I think you pointed out already, Dan, a few footholes, a few pitch marks for them to aim at as well, the spinners.
That's driven a little bit uppishly, but picks out Carlson and mid-off. Yeah, I think there's one just short of a length if you're batting at the Graham Gooch end, which Simon Harmer may be licking his lips about.
Yeah, very much so, particularly after another, well, possibly 50 overs, best part of 50 overs played on it as well.
Now, I don't know who's licking their lips more, Simon Harmer at that patch or Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood at about the England top order this winter. Short and, oh, that's nearly another catch, but he's going to get 4 runs. He didn't get hold of that at all, Wesley.
Yeah, he was sort of almost caught in a couple minds, looking to sort of half uppercut that one over the top and half slash it through the covers. And in the end, almost offered a good catching opportunity. I think that's Billy Root in there again at cover. But it just died in front of him. There's some opportunities here for Glamorgan. They've already picked up a couple wickets, but Essex continuing to attack with bat in hands.
Good contest, this. Short and pulled. And a no ball. It's going to be a free hit. Wesley picking the length there and screaming that one through mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think short balls on this pitch are definitely just holding up a fraction. Wesley just managed to sort of sit back and chip that one as much as anything else. Didn't try and overswing it and just raced away across the practice wickets down towards the Felsted school stands. But he got a free hit here. He can kind of do whatever he wants. And Leonard hit for a fair few runs in this over already. 12 off the bat plus the extras from the no ball as well. Still got a couple deliveries to go, including the free hit here.
full Yorker at leg stump. And that's hurt Wesley. Got him on the foot. I've just got Cotton Eye Joe going around my head there.
You're welcome, Dan. You're welcome. You're going to be singing that on the car home still, I reckon.
Don't.
I might just send you some texts on the way home to make sure you don't forget. That was a good recovery there from Leonard. Absolutely nailed that Yorker into the toes of Wesley.
In he comes. Oh, Allison has a little fiddle there. Interesting over that. Plenty of runs at the end of the power play. So 61 for 2. A really good 5 overs for Essex. But there were a load of boundaries in that over. But there was nearly a catch.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective, that last over in itself was more expensive than the first 5 overs.
Billy Root going diving forward. The brother of Cotton Eye Joe.
Oh, that was a very good one, Dan. I'll have to give you that. Yeah, we will see a change of bowling here. Romano Franco, the spinner, slow left armour, given the option here.
I should imagine he's from Italian roots.
Yeah, I mean, with a name like that, you'd have to guess.
Well, I think one of his ancestors used to captain Madrid Cricket Club back in the day.
Just looking here, he was an aspiring wicketkeeper batter originally.
Yeah,
Picked
and
up
only
finger
took
spin
up.
recently.
Yeah, only about when he was about 16. But I tell you what, Italy could have a decent side. If he,
Franco in here, but short first up and just slash straight to the fielder in there at cover.
but if they, they've got him, they've got Emilio Gay, Grant Stewart at Kent.
I think Joe Burns is their captain,
Yeah.
the former Aussie opener. Defended. Yeah, I was listening to the Cricketers podcast on the way here, and they were talking about Italy and how their kind of European cricket has almost been on up because of county cricket, just allowing people to come over with European passports, but also helping those countries in return as well. So that one's flicked out towards deep square leg for a single.
I think Joe Dolce makes their side. Well, there's a few Australians with Italian heritage, aren't there? Mike Di Venuto? Di Venuto?
You assume Rocchiacoli, is it there?
Yeah.
Western Australian
Yeah,
spinner.
who was at Warwickshire.
Yes.
Yeah.
With a name like that, I mean, he's probably got aspirations for Australia as well, but in the meantime, there's opportunities, you'd assume. Just onto the front foot there by Allison. Good first 4 deliveries here by Franco. Just been settling in. This is the end that we were talking about, where there is some footholes out in front of the batters. You can just about see on your screen that kind of lighter patch. Onto the back foot this time from Allison.
Yeah, that's well bowled. Allison wasn't sure there whether to go forward or back.
Played it all right in the end, though. Did Allison. Final ball here for Franco, and Allison just respectfully pats that one back to the bowler to end just 1 run off that 11th over there. Really good start by the teenager. Just 18 years old is Franco, and he's started well in this game.
I think it's great to see Glamorgan with so many of their youngsters here. Hurl, Franco, Morris.
Ace of Tribes, just 21 as well.
Yeah, he's someone via Cardiff Uni, isn't he? But they picked him up. He's from Channel Islands.
Yes.
He's from Jersey. Played a bit of club cricket at Crouch End Cricket Club in the Middlesex County Premier League last summer.
Actually, someone like Will Smales, only 24 as well.
Yeah. The Tribe doesn't look like a cricketer, does he? He looks sort of more like Harry Potter.
There's quite a few famous cricketers with glasses. Generally left-arm finger spinners with Leach and Vittori.
Change of bowling here at the Graham Goocham with Dan Douthwaite coming into the attack. David Steele was the most famous one. BBC Sports Personality of the Year back in 1975. The bank clerk who went to war, he was called. Famously at Lord's, he went down a further flight of stairs and ended up in the gents' toilets when he was due to go out to bat. Left alone. Zahir Abbas, glasses. Eddie Barlow, glasses. Mitch Santner.
Great shout from James behind us
Daniel
there.
Vittori.
Yeah. Again, another left-arm finger spinner with glasses.
Yeah. Driven up to mid-off, no run. Who's the guy who's been opening for Yorkshire, Pakistani? He's got glasses.
Oh, Imam Ul-Haq.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, another good shout. Yeah, maybe that's what Romano Franco is missing here, is a pair of glasses to join that that left-arm finger spinner club.
Another finger spinner, although his right arm with glasses was over here in the summer for Gloucestershire, Todd Murphy.
Yeah.
Douthwaite. Controlled edge. We'll give Wesley the benefit of the doubt and say he just opened the face and ran that one down.
Yeah,
Single.
both slips have gone now for Glamorgan outside the power play. Couple sweepers, deep square and fine leg on the leg side, plus just in front of the pavilion on the cover boundary as well. And of course, that third man fielder who's just been used last delivery.
Punched into the covers. Morgan just putting the brake on here.
Yeah, after a pretty expensive power play, fast, better than a run of ball. I think 60s always a more than good score in a power play. I think it was about 30 odd a couple of weeks ago against Worcestershire.
Oh, that's glorious. Allison driving through wide mid-off pleasantly, and that ruins Douthwaite's figures off that over. 67 for 2 after 12. Essex going along at a fair old lick here, Toby.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty free-flowing runs. Couple wickets along the way as well, which will disappoint Critchley and Das, the two openers who are both back in the pavilion. But at the moment, it's Tom Wesley and Charlie Allison on the attack. Wesley on to 27, off just 21. He continues here facing Romano. That's cut away by Wesley, beats the dive in there at extra cover and races away for 4 in the end. Picks the gap between the two fielders at long off and cover, both on the boundary. Moves into the 30s with that shot, does Wesley. A lovely cut out in front of square. Yeah, Easter Tribe in there at extra cover, unable to stop that one. This time round the corner to the fielder at short fine leg, no run for Wesley.
I'm wondering here if Franco's on at the right end, and I'd like to see Kieran Carlson as an off spinner try and get it into that patch.
Driven this time, it is stopped well down to his left by Tribe.
Our food's arrived. Wonderful. Been here 45 minutes, I get fed.
Speared in this time by Franco and just defended by Wesley. Got men out straight down the ground here, does Franco, so singles available if Wesley punches it straight. He just opens the face a fraction there to find the man at point. Another good delivery by Franco. Pretty tidy in this over again. Oh, that one.
That's the patch.
Yeah, it just
That's
leaps a
the
fraction.
patch. That's the patch. That's what I want to see. Maybe Carlson as the off spinner bowl into that.
I mean, I don't mind the left armour from this end, at least for a couple overs. Just able to sort of spear it in, and as we saw with that last one, or just, if it can, grip a fraction and leap a little bit. There's opportunities.
The only problem is it's obviously been caused by a left armour. So it's wide of off stump and it's turning away from the left armour. So it's not really that threatening, that patch. But if Carlson bowls his off spin into that, I think he could be a lot more threatening, turning the ball back in. Here's Douthwaite to Allison. Just opens the face and runs it to Byram at backward point. Zimbabwean. By Scotland, I think, isn't he?
Possibly with Eddie Byram, I'm not 100% sure.
Started out at Somerset. Jack Brooks told me once he was known as Eddie the Mute because he was such a quiet guy. Another one to Byram there from Allison. And he even had the mute symbol tattooed on his derriere on a on a pre-season tour once. I'm sure he'll show you if you ask him nicely.
Perhaps off camera and off mic.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Allison's unfurled two sparkling off drives in the last couple of overs. And Douthwaite not really got the pace. He certainly gives it a whack with the bat though.
Absolutely. Irish passport, Eddie Byram.
Irish.
Yeah, but Zimbabwe under 17s and I think probably qualifies for all three if he wants to.
Oh, that's a thick outside edge, but evades the outstretched hand of Smale. And Allison's going to get four more. But he wasn't in control of that.
Yeah, flashes of that one. You can see just prodding, pushing at that one. And just evades Smale behind the stumps.
Can be very hard ground to defend this, can't it? Full of length by Douthwaite and just poked back to the bowler by Allison. Decent crowd. Day-night cricket's great, isn't it? I love it. Covered a game here last year between Essex and Surrey, which was a day-nighter. Healthy crowd. There's a healthy one here as well.
It's only going to get bigger as well, you'd assume, with work ending, people coming along for the second innings, you'd hope. Oh, another no ball.
So going to be a free hit. Yeah, I think people will pop down after they've finished their daily grind.
Yeah, we'd very much recommend it as well with the sun out.
Yeah.
Where a better place to be than watching the cricket.
Meanwhile, Toby and I are at the coalface, bustling away. Free hit. And a wide. So going to be another free hit.
Yeah, just lost control of that one a little bit.
Yeah, I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to deliberately go wide of off stump, but
Well, he's got cover in front of the pavilion on the cover boundary and also third man, so Not a bad option.
Smashed by Allison for 4. He's on the charge. Essex 86 for 2 at the end of the 14th.
Yeah, just a fraction full. That one, I think. Obviously, it's a tricky one, but tricky one there for the bowler with a free hit. But Allison put that one away really, really nicely. Just a reminder as well, there are games happening all around the country in the One Day Cup today. Hampshire take on Nottinghamshire. Innings break there at the moment. 290 for 7. Hampshire made in the end. Nick Gubbins, 144 not out, opening the batting. The captain. A lot of 20s and 30s chipped in as well. Around. Lancashire made 320 against Durham up in Liverpool. Durham just started their innings. 7 without loss, couple overs in. Runs came, couple hundreds actually. George Bell, keeping wicket, opened the batting with 104, and Josh Bohannon, one of the stalwarts of the county game, 106 he made. As we see Romano Franco, continue. That was driven just for a single. And the other game in the One Day Cup, Leicestershire against Derbyshire, as that 50 partnership comes up there off pretty quick time, just 40 balls with that shot. Wesley 20 of them, Allison 24, a few extras along the way as well. Franco in again. Floated up, and that one's just dabbed down the ground for a single. To move Essex on to 88. With that, yeah, Leicestershire Derbyshire, the other game, also within this group in the One Day Cup. Leicestershire made 312 for 5, pretty good score. It's driven nicely there through the covers. It's going to have the legs. It does indeed. Good dive out on the rope, unable to draw that one back in. And Wesley just run to the front foot, pushing that one through the covers, just racing away across the outfields for 4 runs, yeah. Not a huge amount wrong with that delivery, maybe a fraction full from the teenager. This time just around the corner to the leg side for 1. Yeah, Leicestershire 94 Rishi Patel made, 93 Lewis Hill, both falling just short of their hundreds, and a couple 30s and 20s as well. Shah Masood, Peter Hanscom, Ben Cox chipping in down the order. 312 for 5, as I say, Leicestershire there. Again driven, this time squarer. The fielder will come round to cut that one off, but they get back for a couple. This time down for Allison's name. He's on to 27. 6 on to 95. Yeah, Derbyshire 9 without loss in the first couple overs up at Leicester. And again turned into the leg side to end the 15th over there. 96 for 2, Essex. A good start here. The 2 wickets to fall, Robin Dass and Matt Critchley. Critchley fell first, caught looking to go down the grounds, caught by the skipper, Kieran Colson at mid-off, off the bowling of Zain Ul Hassan, and then Robin Dass an over later fell with a smart catch at point by Byram off the bowling of Ned Leonard. He fell for 15. But it's been these two have been piling on the runs. 50 partnership up as well for them, as we will see another change of bowling. It is the captain, Kieran Colson.
Yeah, he has to do something here because Essex are going over 6s here.
Considering that we were talking about how it might be quite a tricky pitch to score on, a used pitch against Surrey last week, but Essex have looked decent so far with the bat.
And the outfield's so quick as well. Here's Carlson. Just a single. Out to deep cover. Very nice chili. Lovely, actually. A few Doritos in there as well.
Interesting.
I thought it was the 100 that was like, you know, crisp associated. Not the Metro Bank, but Carlson around the wicket. That's a thick outside edge. That could well be... No, he's going to be cut off. Just shy of the rope there by Morris.
Yeah, he kind of tried to do that, did Wesley? He kind of prodded at that one with an open face, but I think a bit finer than he maybe hoped for. But he's still there.
Driven nicely. It's the 100 up for Essex. Comes up in the 16th. And going along rather swimmingly.
Yeah, absolutely. They, as we've already mentioned, had a pretty tricky start to the competition, Essex, losing their opening 3 games.
Oh, footwork. Allison gets on the dance floor and smashes Carlson over the top of extra cover for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Allison. As you say, just gets to the pitch and just launches that one down the ground.
Nifty footwork like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. Oh, there's going to get 4 for that one as well. Moral victory to Carlson, but fortune favours the brave, and Allison gets another boundary.
A couple more rockstar options for you there. You could say
Go on.
Michael Jackson for Allison, use of footwork, as you say, on the dance floor, or possibly Daft Punk, because he got a bit lucky with that last one.
Oh. Oh. Allison moonwalking there like Michael Jackson. Just about keeping his back foot in the crease. Driven to extra cover in the over. Just 16 overs to go. Gone. Essex 110 for 2. They looking like setting an imposing total here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. In fact, the hosts are cruising.
Absolutely, it's been a really good start for the home side. As I mentioned, they've had a bit of a tricky start to the competition. Lost to Notts in the opening round. Tom Moores just went ballistic against them. And to Hampshire as well, Weatherly with a ton, and then Worcestershire here. About 2 weeks ago now. Again, it was Ethan Brooks, probably that time, with rapid fire 50, but all of their top, 4 of their top 5, sorry, made half centuries as well. But they fought back in nicely. Franco continues. Was driven nicely down the ground, just for 1 though. But they are back in the action and still in contention for the quarter-finals here, Essex. Beat Surrey by 244 in emphatic fashion. Last week now. That was Curtis Camphor special with his 123. Bennett with a maiden list day fifer as well. And then Leicestershire, a couple days ago, won by 60 runs away from home. Critchley with his first list day ton as well. And again defended by Wesley, just watchfully so. He's into the 40s with that.
Nelson.
1-1-1 for 2. Yeah, shame an extra wickets for them. But yeah, Essex. It's driven nicely again. Just opened the face a fraction out towards the field on the cover boundary. Yeah, Essex currently in 5th with that 2 wins and 3 losses. So they're very much in contention, not sitting just above them with 2 wins, 2 losses, and a tie against Worcestershire, who are in third with 3 wins, a loss and the tie. Comes into the leg side, stop ball. Yeah, I think Essex will probably have to win all 3 of their remaining fixtures, including this one. Gloucestershire on Sunday, who are currently topping Group A.
Yeah, their net run rate's good though, Essex, with that victory over Surrey.
Thoughts of a single, but not on the cards in the end. Yeah, I think if Essex end up with 5 wins, 3 losses, it means they're very much on the cards for that quarter-final. Top 3 get through to the knockout stages.
Yeah,
It's a
but
little bit reliant on what happens above them as well.
you really want to finish top so you get a home semi-final. The way, for those who don't understand how the Metro Bank operates, is that second place plays third place on Thursday the 28th, and then the winner of that will play the top place team in the other group, and they will be, winner of that will go through to the final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September. We've all got Metro Bank fever. I woke up this morning, palpitations, sweats. Definitely got Metro Bank fever. Here's Carlson. Driven nicely by Wesley, just accumulating. Addison far more aggressive with his stroke play. Reverse sweep, good stop by Morris round the corner. Say 4 runs there. Well bowled. Carlson beating Wesley outside the off stump. That's just gone into deep mid wicket. Blake Bint has been in touch, who covers Glamorgan a little bit for the ECB Reporters Networks. Says Asa Tribe looks like he should be in the Proclaimers. Well, he'll be Cardiff to Essex. It's probably a 500-mile round trip. Don't know if he walks it or not. That's over the top of mid-off. That could go all the way. It does. Allison moving to 46 with that. In the over, 121 for 2. Let us know on X. Cricketers were rock stars. Who should they be? Asa Tribe of the Proclaimers. Brilliant. We've had Sir Alistair Cook, James Blunt, Douthwaite's going to switch ends. But drop us a line. Drop Toby a line at @TReynolds_sport or me at the middle stump. We want to hear from you.
I've actually got a message coming from Shrimper Gary, but we'll go after this ball here. Douthwaite him. Just left alone by Wesley. He says Sir Alice Cook is actually an accomplished musician, won a music scholarship to the prestigious public school.
He
He's
did.
a clarinetist.
And
I
a
believe.
chorister as well,
Yeah.
wasn't he? Yeah.
Apparently his singing is no longer up to scratch, I think, as Jimmy Anderson has mentioned many a time on podcasts.
Lovely, great message, Gary.
That was pulled away firmly but straight out to the man fielding there at deep backward square. Hit that one nicely, did Wesley.
Yeah, Shrimpers are playing tonight, I believe, Southend. Got York City at Roots Hall. You can listen to that game on BBC Essex after you finish watching this one, of course.
That one's driven nicely, but will be collected by the sweeper. Oh no, they'll come back for two.
Yeah, slight fumble by Byram.
Douthwaite, interesting he is swapping ends. Maybe they're looking to, as you've kind of suggested, Dan, bring in the left arm spinner from the Graham Gooch end and bring Carlson in here in a couple overs. It's driven firmly again. Good fielding there though from Carlson. Just one-handed, diving down to his left. Good pickup.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer all round, Kieran Carlson. Came into the Glamorgan side when he was very young. In fact, so young, I don't think he was able to legally buy a pint in St Mary's Street in Cardiff.
Yeah, dropped out there. Yeah, he was the youngest ever Centurion for Glamorgan with his maiden first class ton actually against Essex back in 2016. As you say, as a teenager. It's a pretty good effort, and he's still playing for the side. Still, well now leading them, now captaining them. Just flicked off his pads nicely there by Allison. On to 49 with that. Ends the over. 125 for 2. 19 overs gone.
Yeah, cracking start this.
Just been free flowing and pretty effortless.
6.5 and over.
I can't really think of any missed opportunities for Glamorgan. There was maybe that one from Billy Root, was it? Down there, extra cover. But even that, I think, fell short of him.
Yeah.
They've not, put down any simple opportunities. Been a few thick outside edges that have flown past Smale behind the stumps, but again, nothing particularly, memorable and that should have been taken.
Right, Ben Morris coming into the attack.
Yeah, his first
Tough
over.
gig this for 21-year-old bowling his first over. 6.5 and over. Oh, Allison, if there was ever a stroke to get you to 50, that's the one. Elegantly caressed through to the wide mid-off boundary, and he moves on to 53 off just 37 balls with 9 fours and a 6, and he's really given this innings a bit of impetus, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's just peppered that sort of mid-off cover boundary, extra cover boundary. What, a couple sixes, a 6 and a couple 4s.
Oh, a little bit of extra bounce there, but Allison gets it wide of backward point where Tribe dives.
Yeah, Morris looks a very tall, pretty upright bowler, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very much sort of I'd say in almost a similar mould to Archer and Atkinson in the way that he's sort of quite leisurely through the crease.
In he comes. Ooh, a bit full. Angling into Wesley, who does what Tom Wesley does and just works it to deep backward square for the single. 131 for 2. 3 balls shy of the 20 over mark. Full. Hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but I think Morris might have even got a fingertip on that as well. But no harm done because Wesley's back in his ground.
Yeah, it was very much back behind the line as he watched that one trickle onto the stumps.
He's too experienced for that. He's too experienced to get run out that way. Oh, that's a little bit of extra bounce that we spoke about that Morris seems to extract out of this wicket.
Yeah, just a fraction shorter, and Allison looking again to sort of guide one through point. Just, I think, a bit frustrated at himself that either A, he missed out on it, but also B, that he just sort of dangled a bat at it and flirted with it.
Whoa, he hasn't flirted with that one. He's dragged it kicking and screaming onto the dance floor as he smashes a 6 over long on. And that's a 100 partnership between these two. Anderson's contributed 60, Wesley 35, and Essex continue their charge.
Yeah, gorgeous strike, that one from Allison. Just, as you say, punching that one. Again, effortless down the ground. Pretty safe shot with everyone inside the ring. He's done it a few times, has Allison. Picked up a few 6s along the way. Douthwaite continues here from the Salister Cook ends. As Wesley drives. Just back to the bowler though. Yeah, 2 6s for Allison, 9 4s as well. Wesley's picked up 7 for his 45.
I might have, when I said I don't think it's 400 in this pitch, I might have got that one wrong.
Just straight into the ground that time from Wesley. Looking again to free his arms through the offsides. As Allison at the non-striker's end is just practicing his 6 hitting by the looks of it. Yeah, still no one out straight down the ground here, so he can't be too full. Douthwaite. So that one's just sliced away over the offsides. Only going to pick up 1 for it though. There's Wesley on to 46. And bringing the fluent Allison back onto face. He was raced to 60 from 41 deliveries. He's been leading the attack for Essex. Carlson's just offering a bit of advice to Douthwaite, I think. That one's just turned towards mid-wicket. Better from Douthwaite.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson's got a few problems here, I think. How to stem the flow of runs.
Driven again by Allison, but fielded by Hurl in there at mid-on.
He's got some really flamboyant drives, hasn't he? Showing the flamboyance of his namesake Malcolm Allison back in the 70s.
Yeah, he made 80 in their second game against Hampshire, did Allison, but he's not past 50 in between. That one's just turned into the leg side. They should get through for a single. Slight fumble there from mid-wicket.
Where's Ben Allison these days?
He is at Worcestershire. He played against Charlie.
Right, okay.
A few weeks ago now. Picked up a wicket. I think it was the first delivery of the game. Over here, actually.
It's always great when that happens, isn't it? I saw Tom Taylor at Worcester last year run out his brother James Taylor. And, yeah, it's quite an interesting one.
That's surely one way you'd want to try and see an interview between the two of them post-game. Be definitely on the funnier side of things, I'm sure.
Yeah, we could see Tom and Ollie Price come against each other next year. Here's Morris. Again, getting a little bit of extra, extracting something a little bit extra out of the surface. I like the look of this lad. I think he's got a little bit about him.
Yeah, very much so. We used to be able to see 2 Currans versus 1 when Northamptonshire used to play Surrey.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tom and Sam Curran will have ever played against each other. Or not particularly often anyway, because they're Oval Invincibles together, Surrey together.
IPL.
Yeah, so I was thinking IPL or Big Bash perhaps.
Short and screamed through mid-wicket. Running away towards the Felsted school stand. And Allison continues to flay the ball to all parts of the east.
Yeah, IPL Big Bash, but even then I don't think their sort of white ball careers will have overlapped a huge amount. Curran doesn't get many gigs in the IPL, Tom Curran I should say, doesn't get many gigs in the IPL these days. Sam almost exclusively in the IPL.
Allison again standing upright and will pick up a couple. It's good work out on the fence by let's try about there. Was it Zainul Hassan actually, I think? Defended.
Yeah, good again there from Morris. It's been surprisingly expensive, I'd say, from his first 1 and a bit overs. 18 from him so far, but
Just drags the odd one down, doesn't he? But generally, it's back of her length and gets a little bit of extra bounce. In he comes. Short, and you can't bowl there. Allison moves into the 70s. And if you're a Glamorgan fan, I think you might be hiding behind your couch watching this because it's not pretty reading.
no, very much a struggle for them so far in the opening 21, 22 overs.
Oh, Morris again goes into the pitch and Allison, I think, goes running off to square. I think that might have hit him in the box.
Yeah, there was
149 for 2 at the end of 22.
a little bit of an ooh. I couldn't tell if it was from him or perhaps some surrounding fielders or something,
Oh,
but
it did hit him in the box.
very much a slight wail.
Ouch.
To be fair, he wore it quite well.
He did,
Just
yeah.
staggered away and then got up and dusted himself down pretty quickly.
I'd have been face down on the turf crying for my mum, I tell you.
I think there's injury subs for one reason, Dan, and I'd have used it for that.
Yeah.
Douthwaite in again. Driven off the inside half of the bat there from Wesley. Brings up the 150 for Essex with that as well. 22.1 overs. Just under an hour and a half we've been going here so far at Chelmsford at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, and Essex very much on top at the moment. They are cruising towards 400 is on the cards you mentioned, Dan. You think if these two can keep going, but a wicket would bring Glamorgan back into it. Driven again nicely, but fielded. And there at extra cover from Acer Tribe. Yeah, these two teams don't play each other in the county championship, but they've played quite a few times in the One Day Cup over the last few years. They played last year, Glamorgan coming out on top, winning by 32 runs. pick up just 1 for that one. Yeah, Douthwaite, 3 for 41 in that game. Sam Northeast, 89, who's not playing today.
Yeah, Glamorgan eventually beating Somerset in a rain-affected match at Trembridge, I believe.
Yeah, sort of not quite a T20 yet, because it's, I think, 20 overs, but not officially a T20 because of power plays and everything. But it's good that they managed to get a game on for that one. That was driven.
It didn't sound very nice off the bat, though.
No, they get back for a couple. It looked like a really nice shot there from Wesley as he's on to 49, but as you say, didn't quite ping off the bat.
That was when Somerset's season was unravelling massively, wasn't it? They thought they were going to win the treble. They'd beaten Surrey in the county championship the week before, an absolute classic at Taunton.
Driven again by Wesley, and that will be his 50 with a lovely cover drive to bring it up. 47 balls for the Essex captain here, as he's just effortlessly just raced here to his half century. 7 fours along the way, batting for just over an hour. Better than a runner ball without really much effort, just playing second fiddle to Allison at the other end.
That's all he needs to do. Glamorgan need a wicket.
Defended to end the over there from Allison. 154 for 2. 23 overs gone. Allison and Wesley in full command right now.
Yeah, here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It's plain sailing weather for the hosts. Yes, so Somerset's season unravelled towards the end, didn't it? They thought they were going to win the county championship. They thought they were going to pip Surrey, having beaten them at Taunton. And then they contrived to lose, I think, at Lancashire. And
Yeah, or soon to be relegated. Lancashire was it?
Oh, no,
that was, yes.
Yeah,
last year, yeah.
They actually contrived to finish third in a 2-horse race, didn't they? They got spanked by Gloucestershire in the final, and they got smashed by Glamorgan. So
I did like the glint in your eye there, as you mentioned, smashed by Gloucestershire, Dan.
better length from Morris. Just keeping Wesley honest. I don't actually remember much about it. I do remember being with Dan Porter, who works in the marketing department here at Essex now, in a Birmingham hotel at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I can't recollect much about the evening. 4, is that going to be out? No. But good shout from Morris. Wesley just trying to work one, as he does through mid-wicket. Glamorgan need a wicket from somewhere. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, angling down. Polite inquiry. Yeah, going down. Short. And crunched for 4 through the offside. The runs continue to flow here. Tickled round the corner. Wesley runs the first one quickly. He's going to come back for second. Clever cricket. Good weight of shot there from Wesley. Using all his experience, just getting it into the pocket and knowing immediately that there was 2 there. Long boundary on that side of the ground. He'll only get 1 this time. So that's gone out to The fielder out in the deep. Morris bustling in. Oh, nearly a corn bowled, but it's going to be 4 runs. And Addison moves on to 76 of just 54 balls. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Toby Reynolds here at the Ambassador Cruise Line in Chelmsford. Home of Marconi, home of the radio on Essex Cricket TV.
Yeah, I always see that sign when driving into Chelmsford. Created here, the radio.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess we're not technically radio, I guess, are we? We're live streaming.
It's in effect television, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, 24 overs gone here.
Ace of Tribes can have a bowl.
Yeah, they're having to mix things up here. Glamorgan. We'll see some off spinners here by the looks of it. He's, I think, yet to bowl in the competition this year. And he's mucked up one of his ones there. He's just gone and lobbed it over the head of Kieran Colston, who was aiming at.
So that's not a sign to come.
I was going to say, it could be a few full tosses if that's the one. Wesley, 57, faces up here. Looks to cut that one away, does Wesley, but can't connect. Oh, inside half of the bat there. I was aiming for the footholes, not far away, possibly in the foothole.
You know, there's a patch just short of a length outside off stump. That's what he's got to be aiming for.
That was too short that time, but field in there, extra cover as well. Hassan, I think that is. That one's whipped away. Bottom hand there from Wesley, just for one.
Big puff of dust there. Goes up when the ball pitched.
Yeah, Harmer is going to be licking his lips, I think, isn't he?
Oh, twiddling his fingers, licking his lips.
It is interesting they've gone for Tribe from this end rather than Colston. That was just dabbed down the ground. You mentioned it quite a few times today, Dan. You wanted to see an off spinner, specifically Colston from this end. They've gone for Tribe instead.
Yeah. I just think it's more threatening with that patch.
Driven again, but straight into the hands of Hassan. Ends the 25th over there as drinks will be run out onto the field. 167 for 2 halfway through Essex's innings.
Yeah, good over from Tribe, just 2 off it. So 15 came off the first 5, and 46 off the next 5. 35 after that, and then a big between overs 15 and 20. 41 came off that, and then 30 off the last 5. So Glamorgan putting their foot on the brake, but a little bit like my first car, the brake's not coming on quickly.
Yeah, 2 wickets down so far. Matt Critchley, the first to fall, he made 9 before he was caught looking to go down the ground off the bowling of Zainul Hassan. And then Robin Das cutting to Byram at backward point, bowled by Ned Leonard. He went for 15, but it's been these two, Tom Wesley and Charlie Allison, just free-flowing batting, having a bit of fun out there on the wicket here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford. The 2 wickets, as I say, Hassan and Leonard have picked up some. Romano Franco, I thought, was bowled pretty tidily with his left arm finger spin. Just gone at about 4 and over from his 4 overs. But a lot of the other bowlers have been carted around what is a very quick outfield here. Pretty short boundary straight as well. And Charlie Allison has made the most of that with a couple sumptuous sixes straight down the ground. And a few fours along the way as well. Elsewhere, there are a few other one-day cup games. Hampshire faced Nottinghamshire down at Southampton. They made 290 for 7. Notts 43 for 1. Lancashire made 320 all out. Durham 75 without loss after just 12 and a half overs. Absolutely flying. And Derbyshire similarly 79 without loss in chase of Leicestershire's 312. So there's a lot of runs around the grounds today.
Interesting quote here from Mitchell Johnson. Todd Greenberg, who's the CEO of Cricket Australia, has said, "We're trying to send countries bankrupt if we force them to try and play Test cricket." And Mitchell Johnson in the Western Australian newspaper has responded with, "If you really care about Test cricket, you don't start by telling the smaller boards to play less of it. You start by helping them play more, the right way, with the right structures. You treat them like partners, not like liabilities." Not often I agree with Mitchell Johnson, but I think fair play to him here.
Yeah, he's absolutely nailed that one. It's a really tricky one, I think. It's great seeing Zimbabwe, I thought, over here this year, but
Yeah.
also, you know, that's the first time England have played them in absolute ages in Test cricket, and you know, you're never going to be at your best if you're just playing these odd sporadic Test matches around the world rather than major series that England get to play every year.
And seeing, you know, West Indians retire age sort of 26, 27 as we've had this week, it's wrong because they're chasing franchise money. You've got to look after the West Indies. They came here during COVID when no one else would. Zainul Hassan back into the attack. And is that into the ground? I think it is. And one more to Allison. Takes him to 78.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what. Well, there's, I guess, sharing more money is the best way to start them. Was it last year with the ICC's revenue sharing changing in India, getting even more of a percentage? It's never going to help smaller countries.
No.
I mean,
All Hassan with smile up to the stumps, just
Not that-
back of a length.
not that England and Australia are broke either, but there's different levels, aren't there, within cricket at the moment?
Oh, it's wrong. It's wrong. But it's happening in the county championship as well, and the likes of Essex and Glamorgan. Glamorgan a little bit better because they've got the 100 money. It's played out to mid-on, but Byram comes across and cuts off the single. Yeah, Glamorgan get the 100 money, so they've probably in a slightly better position.
And the odd Test match and internationals as well. There's
Yeah.
it's much rarer here. A lot of the women's stuff played here at Chelmsford, but never really any of the men's internationals.
Cut to backward point where Tribe is lurking. Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that cricket needs to look at, and I think the reduction in fixtures will help the bigger clubs and probably harm the likes of Essex. I think the fans want it. Wesley playing this out to long on with a hint of bottom hand.
I mean, the players want it though.
The players want it, yeah.
I think it's sort of 80 or 90% of players wanted a reduction in fixtures with their PCA sort of doing surveys and everything. And
They want less money.
yeah, I can't imagine. It's a tricky one. I think that
Oh, well bowled. Good couple of overs this for the visitors. Just 2 off The last one by Tribe and 2 off this one by Al Hassan.
Yeah, it's been good. It's a tricky one because, I mean, you look at perhaps the way that a lot of the fixtures fall in the Blast in particular, with teams playing often 3 games in 4 days,
Yeah.
often all over the country. I think it was Sussex were playing, they played Gloucestershire or Glamorgan, then they were playing at home, and then they're away somewhere a day after as well. So
Yeah, I mean, it's Northampton I feel sorry for,
well,
which is, what, 50 miles north of London?
Yeah.
And they have to go to Durham away.
that one's slapped up in the air into the leg side. Just going to get 1 for it. Slight fumble on the boundary, but a bit of a hoik by Allison as he moves on to 79.
But with 3 groups of 6
I was gonna
now,
say-
that should alleviate that problem for them anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have to worry about hundreds of mile trips north up to Durham before playing a home fixture the following day, or 48 hours later, whatever it might be. 36 hours probably even, which always seemed a bit crazy. Tribe continues here. Shorter and defended. Onto the back foot. Just opportunity for a run out. I think he's home safe there though, is Wesley.
Good hands by Tribe though.
Yeah, no one particularly interested in the end. And the umpire doesn't even really acknowledge it. But a slight mix-up. Perhaps the first semi-opportunity we've seen here for Glamorgan in a while. Been one-way traffic for a long time. That one could be tight though. Big appeal. Turned down by the umpire.
Oh, that has to be close. Tribe disappointed.
Smale behind the stumps really like that one as well.
So did Tribe. Let's have another look at this.
It's going to be tight. Shorter and just guided to the man at short third man. Dot ball.
He's asking questions here though, Tribe.
Shorter and faster. They get through for 1. Wesley running to the danger end again, but home safe again to end the 27th over. 171 for 2.
Just 2 off it again. It's good over.
Yeah, Tribe has been very tidy from his first couple overs. And it has just started to slow Essex down a little bit, having been dominant for, the best part of 20 overs leading up to drinks.
You're probably too young to remember this, but I think about 1988 there was a band called A Tribe of Toffs from Sunderland who had a big hit with John Ketley as a weatherman. That's played to mid-off. Good little spell for the visitors here. They needed it.
Yeah, I like the fact the keeper's up as well. He was up the last over for Hassan, but he's just pinning Allison and Wesley back in their crease.
There's one up to long on for Allison. Moves into the 80s. Yeah, I like it. I think not only does it obviously bring the stumping into play, but you also bring LBW into play because the batter can't get down the wicket, and if a batter's too far down the wicket, no umpire in the world's going to give him out. Well, there might be 1 or 2, but that's just over the head of mid-wicket. I think he could get 4 for that. Yeah, he does, despite the dive from long on running around. Wesley again not really timing it, but enough to get it over the rope at the long boundary through mid-wicket.
Yeah, first boundary in about 4 overs, I think, as well. It's been very much a lull in the innings here for Essex, but
They're actually giving Wesley the leg side. There's a single all over the leg side here. Wide outside the off stump, and Wesley cuts this away to Billy Root doing the fielding in front of the pavilion. Packed pavilion here. Stand to our right as well as the
Tom Pierce's
Tom Pierce
Rams
yeah.
on the upper deck.
Yeah,
Hope everyone's got their sun cream on. It's very much, clouds have been just blown away over the afternoon here.
crunched up to mid-off. Well fielded, because that took a nasty bobble before that got to Carlson at mid-off. Yeah, it can get very hot ground here. It's a real sun trap, isn't it?
Mm.
Especially this commentary box. Turn into the onside, but all Hassan's quickly onto it, cuts off the single. In the over, 177 for 2. Yeah, I think commentary box wise, this and Canterbury are the two hottest in the country.
Yeah, very warm.
Canterbury is a wooden box on the end of a stand and just heats up. At least the sun at Canterbury goes by 2, 3 in the afternoon. It goes behind you and over the city, giving some great views out the back of the stand as the light catches the cathedral. But I think this and Canterbury are the two hottest press boxes in the country.
Yeah, it's very much in the sun all day here, as is pretty much every stand as well. You get a little bit of shade in the Felsted School stand underneath the cover, and I guess in the corporate, in the boxes down towards the Graham Gooch end next to the pavilion. We're in the shade as well. You see Franco back into the attack. That was cut away, beats the dive, and will run away for 4. A lovely shot there by Wesley, just onto the back foot. A loosener to start for Franco. Slightly disappointing after the pressure had been starting to be built in the last 5, 6 overs.
Yeah, I don't understand this move from Carlson. Drives bowl so well, why change it?
Looks to drive that, beats Franco the bowler, but just pick up 1 as the fielding's done by Henry Hurl here at Long On.
Who hurls one in?
He first of all had to hoover the ball up though, did Henry?
Love it, love it.
Just smothered by Allison, that one, as he's on to 80.
I think I mentioned last week he came on as 12th as Henry Hurl, and the Australians, as well as using the term chunder, you tend to use the word hurl for wanting to deposit your evening's intake of alcohol.
Oh, thick outside edge. It will run for 4 though, off the bat of Allison. A lovely shot there. Just a little bit lucky, but picks up 4. Just a bit of bounce and turn there from Franco, but he did open the face a fraction. Oh, that one beats the outside edge. A top delivery by Franco. Again targeting that patch of rough just on the off stump, just outside the off stump of Allison. Defends that one to end the over. 186 for 2. So we're nearing the 30th over.
Yeah, generally a good over from Franco. Not General Franco, but generally a good over from Franco.
Yeah, a couple boundaries, but he did settle back in after a loosener early on. Well, yeah, we're nearing the 30 over mark, Dan, and that's kind of generally, they say, double from 30.
Yeah, I think Essex are looking at somewhere north of 350 here.
Do you think 400 is a possibility, I think, with wickets in hand? Or
it would take some. It would take some to go to what? 215 off 21 overs.
Yeah.
But you never know. Tribes coming on at the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, as you say, an interesting move. Perhaps Franco wanting to bowl from the Alistair Cook end, Tribe a little less bothered, or maybe he's looking to try something else from the Graham Gooch end.
I bet Harmer won't bowl from that end. Here is Tribe. Again. Pushing it through a little. He's bowled well, Tribe. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers so far. He's only bowled 13 balls. Oh, that's unlucky. Wesley flashing. And thick outside edge. Nothing's going right for the visitors. 190 for 2 now. And that is the 150 partnership up. Wesley with 62 of them, Allison 84, and just 131 balls in an hour and 17 minutes. Wesley just nurdling that one up to long on.
Yeah, pretty simple opportunities for runs here for Essex if they can just turn the ball into the leg side. No fielders inside the ring.
Wide of off stump, and Allison quite content just to tick the scoreboard over with a single. That's a nice shot. It's only going to get 1 for it though. It was very easy on the eye from Wesley.
Yeah, such a short boundary down through the offside from this end that there's not many opportunities for 2. It's going to be 1 or 4 most of the time.
Again, engineered into the offside for another single by Allison. He's on to 85 now, 86, sorry. 194 for 2 with 20 overs to go.
Yeah, that single brings up Charlie Allison's highest ever list day score as well. Been a really impressive knock from him today. Just managing to find the balance between being positive, being aggressive, finding boundaries, but also, as we've seen in the last few overs, just nudging the ball around, finding singles, being able to rotate the strike and give Wesley some time facing the ball as well. But 86 from 72 has been really good stuff from the youngster. 30 overs gone, 194 for 2. He faces up to Franco. And again, just onto the front foot. Getting it right the way down the pitch to defence.
Goes very wide on the crease, Franco. Got a nice action though, gets over that front leg nicely.
He's doing a pretty good job of hitting that area in and around the foot marks as well. He's found it a few times. He's found 1 or 2 that have spit and gripped past the outside edge. That one's cut away nicely, but fielded by backward point. I think that's Byram again, diving down to his right. It's just dabbed for a single down the ground by Allison onto 87. He goes. Looks to try and find the gap between backward point and short third man there as Wesley, but could only pick out Byram again. Another dot ball. 1 ball remains in what has been a tidy Franco over so far. cuts away nicely, and Carlson almost cutting it off, but they make it through for one. Still a really good over from Franco again. Just 2 from it. 196 for 2. 31 overs through Essex's innings here as the sun continues to beat down and the heat continues to rise here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford for this Metro Bank One Day Cup fixture. Just a reminder, you're listening to Toby Reynolds and Dan Whiting alongside me here on Essex TV. As Tribe continues here from the Graham Gooch ends.
Fired in quicker, but Wesley working again to mid-wicket. Tribe bowls his off breaks with his hand behind his back, doesn't he?
I think he possibly passes the ball between his left and right hand almost.
Yes, he does. Round the back of the back. That's 4 runs.
6. All the
6.
way.
Allison using his feet.
Launches that one over mid-off to bring up the 200 for Essex as well. In spectacular fashion from the youngster.
Yeah, watch Tribe here. He passes the ball round the back of his back from left to right hand. Watch. There. And goes round the back of his back.
It almost feels a bit like one of those tricks you might do in kind of club cricket or village cricket where you look like you might be bowling left armour.
Yeah.
Their umpires perhaps less good at reminding batters whether it's right arm over or whatever.
Well, Kellaway does both for Glamorgan.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wesley, 79 now.
Wesley is on 78 not out. Allison is 93 not out. The camera at this rate, you'd expect him to rack up well over 300. He's just moved on to 204 for 2.
Tribe. Oh, where's that gone? It's gone down to fine leg, and the fielder there, who is Romano Franco, has a shy at the stumps.
Yeah, just sort of trying to dig that one out almost. Kind of clips it back onto his own stumps.
That's in the air, and it's just over. Carlson, who's probably 2/3 of the way back, and that goes for 4. Wesley into the 80s. 210 for 2 at the end of 32.
Yeah, after a definite lull during that kind of drinks break, the sort of 24th, 25th, 26th overs, Essex are back to where they were, really pushing the run rate up again and putting Glamorgan under the hammer with a lot of extravagant shots straight down the grounds. But a use of feet as well from the 2 batters, who have been excellent so far today. We'll see Franco continue here from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. Allison to face up. Punches one through the covers to bring Wesley back onto face. Just a nice solid shot off the back foot. Oh, Wesley looks for a big drive there and it beats absolutely everything. Scoots past the keeper. I think an inside edge perhaps there. Comes off the bat. Signalled as 4 by the umpire.
Yeah, Glamorgan are having no luck here at all.
Yeah, it's been a tricky day out in the field so far for the visitors, but still another 17 or so overs to go for them. Time cut away to the sweeper for 1. Halfway through the 33rd over now. Again, dropped out towards the fielder at backward point. Eddie Byram.
I think Allison's just going to try and tick his way to 100 here with singles. I don't think he's going to play the extravagant shots.
Again, he looks to punch through the offside, but has to settle for another dot. Carlson this time doing the fielding.
I think the extravagant ones might go into the locker until he's got his 100. And he deserves 100.
Shorter, cut away, but only to the fielder at short third man.
He's missed out there.
He throws his head back in slight frustration as he ends the over with 3 consecutive dot balls. 6 from it in the end, though. 216 for 2, 33 overs gone. Allison on 96, and Wesley not far behind on 88. Just constructed what has been a monumental partnership between Essex's 2 middle order batters. Looks like a change of bowling here. Some seam into the attack with Ned Leonard returning.
Yeah, Carlson's got to gamble. I think he'd have liked to have held Leonard back until the overs had a 4 in front of it, but he's got to try something here.
Yeah, he's got 5 overs remaining as a possibility.
A 2 and a 3.
I reckon, yeah. Maybe a 3 and a 2 if he really gets going, but I think you want to save him at least a couple for the death. Probably to bowl alongside Dan Douthwaite, maybe.
Sweepstake on the score then, Tobes. 17 overs to go. 371 I'm going for.
Oh, I was thinking maybe 380 was my kind of thinking. James from the sideline.
James from BBC Essex.
Ooh, I will go even more optimistic and go 393.
Oh, he's
393
gone
from
large.
James.
Here's Leonard.
A lot of batting to count.
Oh, shy at the stumps. Punched into the offside. No, he didn't actually even throw it.
I don't want to say 400 just because
You can.
I don't know.
You can.
I might do. No, I'll stick with my 380 for now.
If there was a fiver on this game into the sweep, would you go 400?
Very possibly, to be fair.
You would.
I think I'll stick with a more conservative 380. though.
380. James has gone, what, 393, was it? Wesley drives nicely. Only out to extra cover where the fielder, Root, hurls it in.
Yeah, the score continues to climb here. It'll be interesting, even with whatever Essex end on. It's going to be a challenging chase for Glamorgan.
Played to mid-on. Elvis Costello had a love song called Allison back in the late 70s, early 80s. This lad continues like this. There'll be the Essex fans singing it. Leonard. Short, pulled. Just a single though out to deep backward square. Douthwaite doing the fielding. The real question is, if Essex do get north of 350, can Glamorgan chase it?
Just having a look here, I think only 4 times this season has a team successfully chased over 300.
Wesley pulls this one again to Douthwaite, deep square. Yeah, I think Glamorgan fans on their Facebook page were not overly happy about their attack, especially in the game against Gloucestershire. I thought it was a little bit too samey. I thought it was too much sort of right arm over. I think they're missing McElroy. Gives them something different, left armour. Leonard to Allison, who plays this to mid-on and will retain the strike with a cheeky single. 220 for 2 after 34.
Yeah, only 4 times this season has over 300 successfully been chased. 390 Middlesex did against Durham.
Yeah.
Worcestershire have done it. Sussex did it as well. And I'm now mind blanking who the 4th was, but very, very rare that over 300 has been chased. 280, 290 has been pretty a common occurrence, but there's something about that extra sort of 10, 15, 20 runs that just make it that little bit trickier. And Essex are very much on track for well over 300.
Yeah, that chase for Middlesex against Durham, Sam Robson there got a 160, and someone for Glamorgan has to go big.
Just defended. First up by Allison there. Romano Franco continues with his left arm spin. Punch down the grounds. Wesley sets up fast. He wants 2, but he sends Allison back there. I think sensibly so. There's no need to run your captain out in an attempt to get to your turn, I think.
No, but I think he'll be very pleased with what he sees from Charlie Allison here. Tom Wesley.
He's on to 90 as well. Cuts that one away, just for 1. He has thoughts of 2, but I think Allison is happy to face up again here.
Yeah, they nearly collided in mid-wicket there, running the first one, those two.
Bringing in a few fielders in that little bit tighter here. Allison on 99, scores 2-2-2 for 2. Richie Benner would be pretty pleased with that one. Allison defends. Over halfway through the 35th over here. Allison just turns one into the leg side. Out towards Tribe in there at mid-wicket. 1 ball left in the 35th over here for Allison. That time flicks again to Tribe. Another dot ball to end the over. Remains 2-2-2 for 2, 35 overs in.
Yeah, this is a good comeback by Glamorgan here. 25 overs, they were 167 for 2. So what's that, 55 off the last 10? Which is a little bit better. You're a fan of the Essex purple kit, Toad?
I quite like it.
Yeah, I do as well.
It's a bit different.
It clashes a little bit with the umpires, but I'm sure they'll be wearing them out at Tots in Southend on a Friday night. Leonard. Short. Wesley can only get this one to mid-on. Or what's the bar called in Towie?
Oh, I've never watched.
Nor have
never
I.
watched the Only Way is Essex.
Nor have
I know that my Essex knowledge, a lot of it comes from Gavin and Stacey, I feel like. They talk about revs a lot.
Yeah.
And the foam party. I can't remember where that one is.
Defended back with a point. Good this from Leonard. Yes, he's from Billericay, isn't he, I think? In fact, this is the Gavin and Stacey derby here, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah.
Billericay to Barry Island.
It's taken us 35.2 overs to realise that.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good Welsh accent, I'll give you that. Dan.
Here's Leonard. Wesley plays this up to mid-on and scampers through for a single despite the throw from Carlson. I can even say
Very nice.
little village up in Anglesey. Longest place name in the UK.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was almost easy for you.
Well,
Any Welsh bloods?
yeah, I have. My grandmother was from a little place called Penmine Mower on the north coast. There it is, Allison. 92 balls as he comes back for a second. And that's been a lovely century, punctuated by some gorgeous cover drives. And he looks a real prospect, this lad. 13 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular from the young batter. His maiden list A ton with that as well. He has been excellent today. Just allowed Wesley at the other end to go about his business. And has been spectacular batting.
Wesley a 1-1 now as he nudges a single even further towards his century, just 7 shy of it now. Gavin is definitely in the ascendancy over Stacey here.
Yeah, 1 ball left in the over here.
Bryn's not happy. You'd rather talk about the fishing trip than the Glamorgan bowling. Short, Wesley clubs this one. Backwards square.
And yeah, what an innings so far by Charlie Allison. Has been absolutely brilliant. Just managed to find the boundary fluently throughout his innings. He slowed down a little bit towards his hundreds, wanting to obviously get there, and you'd assume now he might look to really expand with 14 overs to go in the innings. Romano Franco will continue. He's just having a chat with skipper Carlson. But I'm not sure there's a huge amount more they can really do. They're just bringing that deep cover that little bit straighter. The other sweepers are long on, long off and deep square. That one's just slashed out by Wesley for 1. Down towards that fielder who was brought that little bit straighter. This time whipped into the leg sides by Wesley, sorry. No, that was Allison. Sorry, Mike. Got it right the first time.
They're quite similar stature, actually. They're not easy to pick out.
No, both play fluently through the leg side as well. This time through the off, though. Down the ground by Wesley.
But things you look out for as a commentator, things like an arm guard, perhaps. They're both in short sleeve shirts. Neither have got an arm guard on. They're quite hard to pick apart.
Wesley shirt a little bit longer, perhaps. That one's just speared in, and Allison unable to lay bat on it.
Yeah, Wesley's shirt's untucked. No example to set from the captain there, is it?
Defended again by Allison. I'm really impressed with Franco. I feel like he's occasionally been a little bit loose, dropped a couple short, but generally he's really been targeting well that patch of rough.
You're going to get that with a young spinner, though. He's going to bowl a bad one occasionally, but I've been really impressed with him. In fact, Glamorgan have pulled this back round. 63 off the last 12 is far, far better. Previous 15 went for 106.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when Essex do really start to just try and go big. It's got to be soon, you'd
I
assume.
think now.
Yeah.
I think now. I mean, they've got the wickets in the bank.
Got a lot of batting to come as well.
Yeah.
I mean, with the likes of Benkenstein and next, Thane, Harmer,
Even
Fernandez.
Snater gives it a whack.
Snater and Jamal Richards at 9 and 10
Yeah.
is a pretty strong
Yeah.
lower order to have.
Jamal Richards, I saw him earlier this season. He was on loan at Kent for a game against Middlesex at Lords. It's Wesley Nurdles one, leg side again, gets it into the pocket, but they don't take on Douthwaite's arm. Yeah, I saw him for Kent versus Middlesex early in the season. His batting impressed me.
Yeah, he made a really good 34 against Worcestershire a couple of weeks ago as well. Basically, everyone in the game was sort of chipping in, but they were just falling short, it felt like. But he made a mature sort of 30 odd alongside Snater, and then Nick Brown came in, who had injured at the time.
Short. They think about running a bye there as it cannons off Smale's pads, but they decide against it. Yeah, Richards got 43 in the second innings of that game. Kent amassed 473, double 100 there for Daniel Bell Drummond. It was a great game of cricket. Middlesex won it by 2 wickets. Chased down 366. Oh, that's big heave across the line. And I think the accelerator may well have been pressed here.
Yeah, I think they've really got to just start pushing on even more than they have been. Just try and push the knife right into Glamorgan. Because, 300, we talked about has been chased, but 350 is almost unheard of in one-day cricket if they can get up to there, which they're very much on track to, but they do need to get their skates on a little bit.
Leonard clubbed into the leg side, but only another single. Just been told by my sources down in South Wales that McElroy's out for the season, injured.
Yeah, not what Glamorgan would have hoped for.
I think our 350 plus looks a tad extravagant, gents.
Yeah, I might have to revise that.
Played into the onside, just another single. James from BBC Essex has just told us he might have to revise that. Probably after 49.5 overs have gone.
I'll stick with it. Send Snater in next.
He's calling for Snater.
I have to start doing some Morse code up towards the balcony, James, to try and get the coaches.
Yeah. Sure, again, Leonard going into the pitch here. Bowling to his field. Glamorgan won't mind ones at this stage of the innings. 38 gone, 234 for 2. Allison, 105. Wesley, 3 shy of a century.
Yeah, just looking forward to remaining fixtures in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Essex host Gloucestershire here on Sunday, Dan. You've seen a lot of Gloucestershire, probably more than pretty much anyone else in the country, or at least very much up there. What do you think of perhaps the matchup? Gloucestershire currently topping the table, Essex still in contention for quarterfinals?
Gloucestershire won 5 out of 5, and the runs are coming from all over the top order. Cameron Bancroft got a 140 against Glamorgan. James Bracey's got a 90 and an 80. Ollie Price has got 100. Charlesworth a couple of 50s. And then Essex know how dangerous Jack Taylor can be, as the window about 3 down from us shows. And then you've got someone like Graham Van Buren, who's bowling and batting well, and Tommy Borman, the youngster, coming into the side, who's finishing off games.
Just turn into the leg side, and I guess most importantly for the Essex fans, Zaman Akhtar joining Essex next year, but will be probably seen here in a couple of days' time playing against them.
Yeah, Zuma is it's very easy. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Just driven for one down towards long off. Oh, I don't think he quite picked that one up. Did Hassan down here at long off. Should have stuttered to his left at first, and they almost came back for 2. That one again nudged down the ground for 1.
Yeah, Zuma is Essex have got a good one here. 200 partnership, by the way, between Wesley and Allison. 86 of them to Wesley, 107 to Allison. It's very easy when a player leaves to go to a new county and it's announced when he's still got games to go, just to sort of go through the motions. But Zaman Akhtar's not doing that. He's a proper professional.
Defended out to point. Another dot ball.
Oh, I think the wickets here at Chelmsford will be more conducive to the slow, low ones at Bristol. To Zaman Akhtar's style of bowling. He's brisk. He's sort of 85 to 87 miles an hour. And I think he'll be a really good signing.
Thoughts of 2 again down towards Hassan, but he fields well this time. Ends the over with just 1 from it.
Yeah, so
That's the end of Franco as well. He's bowled very tidily for his 10 overs.
yeah, 10 overs, none for 43. Decent in the context of the game. But yeah, Mitch Colleen as well. That's an interesting signing. Essex have got him from Durham coming as well.
Yeah, managed to sway him down from up north. Quite a long journey down, but doesn't get much of a gig up there.
Short and dropped in the covers, and Wesley goes to 100. It's all action here. Henry Hurl there, not managing to cling on, and Wesley leading from the front gets his 100 off 93 balls. Warrior, isn't he? Absolute warrior, Tom Wesley.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate, but makes it there in the end, and again another really impressive knock.
Bang. No messing with that one. 6 to Allison. Stand and deliver.
Yeah, this has got to be the moment now for Essex. Just over 10 overs to go, but with 8 wickets in hand, they've Just got to really keep going, keep pushing on. And Allison is doing exactly that, launching that 6 straight down the ground.
James from BBC Essex told me he doesn't want to revise his. 393. Again, screamed into the leg side. I think he's going to get 2 bobbles in front of Douthwaite out there. And another couple onto the total. Allison could be going large here. Cloth that one, but he'll come through for a single. 211 now. The partnership. There's an advert at the end of the ground for this campaign for Metro Bank saying this is relationship banking. This is relationship batting. Leonard in his 9th over. Has that gone in? He's going to get 2 again. He's got to get his skates on. Oh, direct hit there. He was in real trouble, I think, Allison. But they get back for the second.
Yeah, good running by Wesley. Allison was a little bit hesitant for the 2, it seemed, as the 250 comes up with that as well. Just shy of 40 overs. They've brought up another major feat for Essex.
Wesley gets that one into wide. Long on. Leonard's got 2 on the fingers from throws coming in. Just lip reading him on my screen here. I think he said, ouch, that's hurt me rather a lot. 10 overs to go, 251 for 2.
Yeah, heading into the final power play here will be just surely Essex really bringing the long handle out now. We've seen a few big 6s from Allison. Wesley going a better than a run of ball as well. Just without even much consideration. We'll see a change of bowling here. Douthwaite returns. As Coulson's just having a shout down to, I think that's probably 12th man. 5 men outside the ring for the final 10 overs here. 3 out on the leg side, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, plus long off and the sweeper at cover as well.
Ever go down to South Wales and everything's hell of a, oh, he's a hell of a bloke, oh, there's a hell of a shot. Well, this is a hell of a partnership here between Allison and Wesley.
Douthwaite charging him. Full toss first up. Tempted to slow a ball, I think that might have been, and just down the ground by Wesley.
I think he's got away with it. It's not a no ball. Below waist height.
Yeah, it was sort of one of those straight pull shots from Wesley there.
But going back to the movement of players, obviously counties have got money at the moment with the sort of influx of Boular coming in from the 100. I'll come on to it after this.
Wide there from Douthwaite.
And certain chairs have said to me around the country that players are just not signing. Like, we've been offered new deals and just not signing. And you don't know if that's agents telling them not to or how it works. I don't know.
That one slashed through the covers, racing away for 4. Allison continues his expansive shots. as he nails another one for 4.
The other thing that surprised me as well is the amount of 3-year deals being offered to players. Josh Davey is, 35 years old, just been offered a 3-year deal at Leicestershire. And that wouldn't have happened without the money that's sort of come into the game this season.
This time over the leg side, all the way for 6. Dragged down a fraction and Allison latches on to send that one over towards the Tom Pearce stands. Another maximum for the 20-year-old. He moves on to 1-2-6 with that hit as well. Yeah, 3 years for Josh Davey. I wonder if some of that is perhaps almost an incentive to get him to move as well.
Yeah, I think so. Because obviously uprooting your family, I should imagine a 35-year-old's probably got kids and married.
Oh, looks to try and guide that one, but misses out. Good Yorker from Douthwaite.
So there has to be some incentive for the player to actually want to uproot schools and his family. So I get it. I do understand it.
And I guess Leicestershire are also kind of thinking that there's a high chance they'll end up in top division next year, whatever it may look like.
Yeah.
I want to try and compete. This time over the offsides. Doesn't fully get a hold of it. Put down though. Up in the air for a long time. Disappointing drop that kind of sums up Glamorgan's day. They've not had many opportunities.
Is that Franco?
Not 100% sure. That was charging round to his left, the fielder there at deep cover. This time wafted at by Wesley to end the over.
Byram. Sorry, Romano, I've done you an injustice there. It's Eddie Byram who put that down. Saw the 7 on his back. Wondered whether it was 77, but it's actually 97. Glamorgan just unravelling a little bit now. It's hard. 50 overs in the sun. Flat pitch, quick outfield. It's difficult.
Yeah, it's been a couple drops in the last few overs. Otherwise, pretty chanceless throughout. But that'll be a disappointing one for Glamorgan and for Byram in particular. As Tribe comes back from the Graham Gooch end.
From the Hogwarts end. That's gone up in the air. Is that going to be out? And that's dropped as well. And might even have gone all the way, I think. No, it's gone for 4. But Allison's just going to have a dip now, isn't he?
Yeah, I
Moves
think
into the 130s with that.
rightfully so.
That's gone in the air as well. Is that one has been held, and that brings a wonderful innings from Charlie Allison to a conclusion. 131 off 112 balls, and Tribe, I think, deserves that wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled tidily, considering he's not bowled a huge amount in cricket. He picks up a wicket, and the magnificent wicket of Charlie Allison, who receives a standing ovation, rightfully so. Everyone on their feet in the pavilion, around the ground here in Chelmsford, congratulating him on his maiden list day ton as well. But it's not going to get any easier for Glamorgan.
229 that partnership is worth.
Luke Benkenstein coming out now, who's more than capable of being incredibly destructive with bat in hands. Coming off the back of 75 from 52 against Leicestershire, 83 off 72 against Surrey. Made a few other pretty quick fire innings in the competition too.
Yeah, son of Dale, who won 3 county championships with Durham. Lost his job, unfortunately, at Lancashire early in the season. Head coach at Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation going on up there in the northwest.
Well, I think Lancashire's problems are
Bigger than him.
historical.
Mm.
Yeah, you could make up a very good side round the county circuit of players who've come through the Lancashire pathway. You know, you think Parkinson's, Brooke Guest, John Simpson, Jordan Clark. And that's just to name a few. It's not a bad side there for starters. Tribe to Benkenstein, who crunches this one wide of mid-off. Play yourself in, Luke.
Yeah, good start there.
4 runs.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Essex continue to ramp up now.
Yeah, the fireworks are coming. There's that one. Who's that guy? He's gone back to the bowler and onto the stumps. I was looking over sort of towards Hayes Close, over the flats at Hayes Close. That one's gone in that direction though, but it's not going to clear as it goes out to long off, and Benkenstein's here for a quick time. And a good time, but not a long time. 272 for 4, 2 wickets for Tribe in the over. Caught by Henry Hurl out in the deep. But Tribe deserves this.
Yeah, he won't have bowled as anywhere near as full set, but he's, as you say, been one of the more impressive ones. I think probably him and Franco have been the most impressive too.
He's a very good cricketer. He's a good fielder. He can bowl. I saw him get a 60 in the T20 against Gloucestershire at Bristol earlier in the season. And he's a good cricketer and good at Quidditch as well.
Oh, he's casting a spell with ball in hand at the moment, isn't he, Dan?
Certainly is.
Flying as if he's on his broomstick.
Simon Holmer's come in.
Interesting. Harmer promoted up above Thane. He's coming off the back of some very impressive displays with the bat, Harmer, considering he's only played a couple games in the competition so far. 68 against Surrey on his return after a bit of time off for paternity leave. But can he push Essex on here now? Shorter first up from Tribe.
Yeah, good over that. 273 for 4 at the end of the 42nd. Wesley on 104, the glue in this Essex innings. Essex looking, I think they'll still be looking at north of 350. They've got 8 overs left, but they've got 6 wickets in the bank.
Yeah, 6 wickets, and pretty much all of them are more than capable batters. I think 350, as you say, very much on the cards. I think we'd be disappointed if they end up with significantly less than that. Win rate 6.5s right now. Should only climb in the remaining 8 overs.
It's a tough chase, isn't it? Because even with a conservative start, puts you behind the 8 ball, isn't it? And once it starts getting to 9s, 10s, it does become difficult.
Just defended first up there, watchfully by Harmer. Yeah, as you say, Dan, it's going to be a tricky chase to construct for Glamorgan. But they've still got a few overs here with ball in hand first. Try and salvage something from the innings. As Harmer drives that one. Doesn't quite find the gap. Well fielded in there at mid-off from Hassan. Pick up a single though. Brings Wesley back on strike. 104 not out he is currently from 97. Just drop a few extra on the offside for him. Goes 2 straight though and smashed down the ground all the way. Glorious striking there from Wesley. The perfect length, and he just frees his arms through that one.
I thought that was coming through our window there.
Not far away at all. Not far away. Interesting choice there from Douthwaite. He's got 3 sweepers out on the offside and just got his line all wrong with that last one.
And length.
Wide at that time, and there's a thick outside edge, takes that one away. 1 bounce 4 over short third man's heads.
Got to go into the pitch. You have to go into the pitch. You'll know that from bowling at Cardiff, where it's so short, straight down the ground.
It's a tricky one though. I think the pitch just holds up a fraction when he goes short, and does just sit up quite nicely for batters as well. So it's particularly with a short leg side boundary this end. It's not easy for the seamer. That time wider. Pushes that one nicely out, all the way for 4. Races away that one. Just timed to perfection by Wesley.
Oh, the timing of a Rolex.
Just didn't even realise that he'd nailed that one so well, I don't think. He looked like he was setting off for 2. Just raced away across the practice wickets. And the 2 fielders out there on the boundary couldn't do anything about it. Essex nearing 300 now. Fruitful over for the home side. There's another one he looks to launch down the ground. Doesn't get a hold though. Just gets 1. Hurl fielding at long on. That does end the over. An expensive over for Douthwaite there. 289 for 4. 7 overs to go in Essex's innings here. Harmer and Wesley looking to inflict even more damage on the visitors.
They'll be looking at 10. They'll be looking at 10 and over from here, won't they?
Yeah, completely. I think 350 is the minimum you'd assume. I think the closer it is to 300, the better for Glamorgan, but I think our gambles between 350 and 400 are back on the cards. James still a little bit unsure of his 293.
393.
Something.
It's a tad extravagant. Tribe. Yeah, and that's gone down the ground from Wesley. We'll field it out long off. Brilliant fielding. Sorry, long on.
Tribe's taken one on the finger there. He's shaking it out.
Ground bathed in sunshine. Sun shining on Tom Wesley. Gets this one wide of Hurl, who does brilliantly and saves the boundary. They're going to get two. Oh, just a single actually. Wesley must be getting a bit fatigued.
No, they got back for a couple. That was
It was
Harmer.
Harmer, sorry, it was Harmer.
He's just batting so fluently already. He's looking like Wesley.
Turned into mid-wicket. This will just be one as they amble through for a single. Tribe's going to come around the wicket now, changing the angle. Oh, spears and a Yorker. Wesley does well to dig that one out.
Yeah, smart again from Tribe. Just seems surprising as much as anything else that he's just not bowled before today.
Yeah. That's gone into the deep, out at long on, and they'll come through for a single. But again, no boundary yet. Can Tribe get out of the over without conceding one? Yes, he does. As Harmer attempts a reverse sweep, and just 5 off the over by Tribe. Excellent stuff from the Channel Islander.
Yeah, a bit of innovation there from Harmer. Doesn't connect, but quite like the idea. There's always runs when third man's up for the spinner. He looked to try and utilise that. He's a smart cricketer, is Harmer. Seeing the return here of Zain Ul Hassan, who's bowled very tidily actually in his opening 7 overs. Just 29 runs conceded. Most economical of the bowlers so far today. But he's got 3 here at the death. He'll probably bowl without change from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. All going well. And then Douthwaite's got 3 as well.
Yeah,
Perhaps
there's the figures on your screen.
one more for Leonard. They may look to use, but perhaps a couple for Douthwaite. See how he's going, and Leonard could always bowl the final over if needed. It's driven firmly down the grounds. Just going to be 1 though. Fielded by the skipper at long off. Oh, speared in again. Semi-appeal from Hassan there, but definitely trailing down leg, and leg by there for Harmer allows him through for 1.
Yeah, he just varies his pace a little bit, doesn't he, Zain Ul Hassan? And bent his back that time, really speared in the Yorker.
Slower ball that time, perhaps wider as well. And he can't lay bat on it, can Wesley? Looking a little bit perplexed back at the umpire. And then, marking out where the wide line is.
Apparently, Zain Ul Hassan was spotted in Lidl in Cardiff, getting his groceries earlier this season. True story.
Comes across the stump, scoops, gorgeous, all the way from Wesley. Spectacular shot to match what has been a spectacular innings so far from the skipper. Really, really good. And a great way to bring up Essex's 300 as well. Off less than 45 overs. They've been absolutely flying the home sides.
Yeah, Essex. Can they twist the knife now? Push this out, Glamorgan's reach.
Down the ground this time. Not quite all of it though, and Coulson gathers that excellently. They just get one. Yeah, not gonna lie, Dan, I was very much expecting there to be a pun or a joke of some sort when you mentioned that he had been spotted in Lidl.
No, it's true story. True story.
That one's hoiked into the leg side. Not quite enough on it though, but back for a couple. It's a good take behind the stumps from Will Smale as well. Good piece of fielding to end the 45th there. 303 for 4 after 45 overs here. Still 5 to go and 350. Still the target.
Yeah, we did this wonderful thing. We had loads of emails come in about where have you seen cricketers in unusual places. And Zainul Hassan was spotted in Lidl in Cardiff, getting his groceries. But the crowning glory has to be a gentleman who said that his son had delivered a pizza to Miles Hammond, who used a 50% off voucher, but did tip him £2.
I rate that.
Yeah, there you
Good,
go.
good. I was sure you were going to go with something like Zane, what was it? Zucchini, Zane Cooney or something like that? I don't know.
Here's Ace of Tribe. And that has gone many a mile. That's another 6 to Wesley. Moves into the 130s. Ooh, I thought that bounced off that bloke's head over there.
Another huge shot from Wesley there.
Biffed down the ground. Just a single. Tribe. Full. Harmer can't get underneath that one. One more to the total. It's going to come back around the wicket to Wesley. That's in the air, and that's another 6. Over Hurler, long off. Sheer vandalism from the Essex skipper as he crunches another one into the Broad Oak Farm Sausages advertising board. This one's got along the carpet to hurl. $15 off the first 5 balls. Oh, where's that gone? It's gone in the air. Smale couldn't see where it had gone.
Didn't bounce far from him at all there.
No, it didn't. But it's very hard, isn't it? When the batter blocks you, once the ball goes over the eye line of a helmet as well, it's impossible to pick it up.
Yeah, he was already looking for the fielders down there at short third man.
Wesley on to 141, 318 for 4. 4 overs to go. And I think this might be a rather painful one for the Welsh Dragon.
Yeah, Hassan to continue. 3 sweepers out on the leg side. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off and deep cover. Pretty much as you'd expect. Wesley On 1-4-1. Up in the air. Could be taken. Is taken. A shame to see the back of Wesley, but a remarkable knock. A fine knock from the Essex captain. 141 from just 112 deliveries. Has been absolutely excellent today. Has really given his side the platform they need as the final 4 overs now. They're pushing on. He's gone. Hassan picks up the wicket. Caught by Byram. 16 fours and 3 sixes throughout the innings as well.
Yeah, he came to the wicket with a score on 25 and he departs with a score on 318, and Tom Wesley has quite possibly batted Glamorgan out of this.
Noah Thane comes out to join Harmer here. He's been pushed down a spot with the offie in fine form with the bat. And 350 very much on the mind for Essex, I'm sure. Still got a few overs to go.
Where does Thane tend to hit the ball? What's Noah's Ark? Oh, I'll get my coat. I'm off. I'm out of it.
How do I mute the mics? How do I mute the mics? That's the Dan we know and love here at Essex TV. Just fends that one. Out to point. First up. Off the mark with a single.
There's a couple of cricketers emerged, isn't there, with the name of Noah? Not sure there's been too many before, but there's Noah Cornwell at Middlesex, Noah Thane.
That one's just whipped away with bottom hands. Out to deep mid wicket. One's just dropped out towards a vacant mid wicket. They'll push for a couple. Harmer happy to keep the strike though. Sends Thane back.
Yeah, the folly of youth. Harmer having none of it.
Oh, really good Yorker there from Al Hassan, and actually that's whipped away for 4.
How's that
What
gone
a
for
shot
4?
for Harmer. Beats the fielder there at, well, between long on and deep mid wicket. Just again another one that's flown out the middle of Essex's bat. Just seemingly there's been 5 or 6 today which have no business for going all the way for 4, and that one's just raced away. Full toss, aerially, and enough on it. 6 there for Harmer. 2 boundaries to end the over. And that one, another big 6 over the leg side for Essex.
Yeah, Glamorgan have just got to stay with this though, because it's good wicket, very fast outfield, short boundaries, and the difference between 350 and 380 might well be match defining.
Yeah, it's one of those, we've seen it a few times this season, I think with sort of Essex in games where it might look like a team loses by 60, 70 runs, but actually it just sort of gets to a stage where you almost just need to keep going at a pace that is above where you're easily able to. And as you say, an extra 30 or 40 runs can just be that difference that Glamorgan will have to go that little bit faster early on and try and attack when they maybe want to let the game slow down a fraction.
Yeah, and it's also psychological as well. You know, you're battling hard to get to 180 even after sort of like 30 overs. You think, oh, I've still got to get 200 off the last 20. Scoreboard pressure does funny things to sides. Douthwaite in from the Graham Gooch end. Goes out to Hurl at long off, just a single. Morgan will take singles all day long.
I reckon your bet down could be looking all right. Still takes a little bit to get there, but what, 370 did you go for?
373. Yeah. You're 380. James has gone for 393. Simon Harmer doing his best to keep James happy. But again, only gets a single. Douthwaite, hair flopping as he runs in. Crunched through the offside. Again, Sane wants two. Harmer having none of it.
I think Harmer's just backing his ability to find the boundary in these final 2.5 overs here. There's space for singles out into the leg side, but he's going to have to clear the fielders completely, you'd think.
Which he does there. That has gone into Hayes Close. And Simon Harmer carries on like that. His name will be underwritten into the insurance policies of the houses over there.
Yeah, that is a spectacular shot. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Speechless. Just kind of ends up facing the bowler and kind of almost helicopter shot straight down the ground. I was just saying, there's no real easy opportunities for four, and he's going to have to go all the way for boundaries, and he's done exactly just that. I think we might have to see a change of ball here.
Yeah, I think that one's halfway to Ingatestone now. Monster of a six, wasn't it?
Absolutely huge. Maybe 390 still on.
It is a change of ball. It is a change of ball. No, you've got the old one back.
I'm a bit confused what's going on here.
What's going on?
Perhaps they're not happy with the new ball. I think it was a new one that was brought out. I think that's Kieran Colson at mid-on, long-on, who has tossed the ball. Kind of looked a bit exasperated when he took a look at it. But it is only 2 overs to go.
Short and screamed over cover off the back foot by Harmer for 6. You can't play shots like that. You cannot play shots like that.
I was going to say, you can't keep beating, you can't keep thinking that he's going to beat the shot that he's just played, and then he goes and plays something like that. Even more impressive. What is going on here?
It's short. Effort ball from Douthwaite. He's gone for 75 off 8 overs. 2 overs to go. 346 for 5. Problems for Glamorgan. Essex in the ascendancy in the Gavin and Stacey derby.
So Leonard in to bowl his final over here, and the penultimate over for Glamorgan. He's got pretty expensive figures, but has bowled well. He's up for a difficult task here, though, of trying to slow Essex, in particular Simon Harmer, who is flying 32 off 17 right now.
I'm a bit, not a bit disappointed. I haven't seen Charlie Bennett today. I'm hearing very good things about him.
Charlie Bennett is a Worcestershire player. Oh, Charlie Bennett, sorry. No, I was thinking of Charlie Allison. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
Charlie Bennett. Yeah, he's just being rested today.
Yeah.
Off the back of, 5 for against Surrey. Very, very impressive young bowler. That one sent airy up in the air. Coulson can't make up the ground. They get back for a couple, though. Slight misfield, but they do just get 2. Yeah, Bennett has been a phenom so far this year. A couple twofers early on in the season, and then 5 for against Surrey. I think 3 up top, and then a few down the order as well. I think it was Cam Steele final wicket, who was sort of 40 odd or so not out.
Yeah.
And just pretty tall, pretty not fast but not slow, kind of good pace. That one's just dabbed around the corner for 1. Off both inside edge and pads. But yeah, considering Essex have kind of struggled for seam bowling options as much as anything else over the last year or two, with Cook away in the 100, but then basically it's only down to Porter and Snater. They've got young Jamal Richards and Charlie Bennett both coming through, which has been great to see.
Yeah, and then Mitch Killeen and Zaman Akhtar coming next season as well to add a bit of depth.
Yeah, very much a strong seam attack if they can keep hold of all of them going forwards. Leonard in again. And Harmer goes big again. Up in the air. Has it got the legs? Yes, it does. Another huge 6 by Harmer. Sending one high into the sky and high over the rope for another maximum.
Yeah, I think air traffic control at Stansted picked that one up.
And that brings up 350 for Essex as well. 355 for 5.
James is whispering his 393's on.
This time comes across the stumps, hoiks that one into the leg side. I'll just get 1 for it though. Good again by Harmer.
Yeah, Glamorgan want to keep Harmer off strike. They want to bowl as many of these last 8 balls at Noah Thane as possible.
Thane goes big this time, straight. Another strong shot from Essex, just 4 this time. But really good from Thane, who I think thought he had 6. But either way, finds the rope.
I think my 373 might be conservative. I think your 380 might be coming into play here, Topes.
Yeah, it's looking down to the final over. Essex have just exploded these final few overs. Short, pulled firmly down the grounds. They'll want 2. Harmer sets off but isn't quite quick enough. They just get the 1 for it. Thane retains strike for the final over of the 50.
58 have come off the last 4. Harmer, the catalyst of the damage. 39 off 19 balls.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty destructive batting from Charlie Allison and Tom Wesley earlier, but Harmer is putting them both to shame right now with some of his six hitting. You can see why they pushed him up the order, coming in at 6 today.
Zainul Hassan is back into the attack. That's gone up in the air, and it's going to go over the top of short third, and he'll come back for 2. Slower ball. Heaved into the leg side. Slight misfield, but they don't take on the second. I think they want to give Harmer as much of the strike in these last 4 balls as is possible.
Yeah, Harmer didn't even acknowledge a second there. He was just turned around facing the keeper, back to his partner.
Short, gloved, and just the one. This is good from Hassan as Franco cleans up. There's some rather big apples in these Glamorgan bowling figures, it has to be said. Thane gets that one out to long on. Just a single. Harmer on to 40. Now about to face 2 balls. That's down the leg side. It's a wide, and they're going to run the extra as well. As Harmer comes back for 2 and makes it.
Excellent running there from Harmer. He wanted to come back. He wanted the strike. And he absolutely sent it to get back, and brings up 50 partnership as well. Off just 21 deliveries.
17 minutes.
Harmer has scored 32 of those. Crazy from the offie.
Heaved out to deep mid wicket. Again, they're going to want 2. Harmer comes back. Is he going to make it? Yes, he puts the dive in and gets back. Glamorgan's bowling figures. From an Essex point of view, like Stella Artois, they're reassuringly expensive. Slower ball, out to long on, and that's out. That's down, I think that's Carlson down there. And that concludes the Essex innings. So 371 for 6. Harmer's out eventually for 42. Hassan getting his 3rd wicket. He finishes up with 3 for 60. And he's bowled very well, actually.
Yeah, he managed to pin it back a little bit. Bowled well with the new ball. Came back later on at the death. As you say, picked up 3 wickets along the way. Dangerous Harmer. Plus he got the first wicket, Matt Critchley and also Tom Wesley, the Centurion. And in the end, 371 for 6. Essex finish on a mammoth total for Glamorgan to try and chase. It's going to take probably a special innings, maybe a couple special innings from the visitors to even get them near. Two batters of the day though, Tom Wesley 141, Charlie Allison 131. Absolutely phenomenal from those two. And then Simon Harmer at the end as well, 42 off 22. Just smashing them all over the park.
Yep, well, we'll be back in about 25 minutes and we'll see if Essex have batted the visitors out again or whether the Welsh Dragon is breathing fire. Come and join us soon.
So we are now set for our regular half-time competition. Thanks to our friends at Ambassador Cruise Line, we have 2 tickets for a balcony cabin. I've got to get this right, for 2 on the Scandinavian Springtime Delights cruise. It sets sail, I'm told, the 24th of April next year. Now, anybody that was with us on Friday knows that we actually made history, because Superman Sam managed to get it on his first throw, and so we're expecting 4 people to join him on that cruise now. First up, your name, sir?
David.
David, right. It's tight, it's doable. So take it away, David. Show us how it's done. Up a bit, up a bit. Oh, thanks, David. Right. Next up to the plate. Your name, sir?
Louis.
Louis. Okay, Louis. Right. Here we go. Show us how it's done, Louis. He's going to leave a dent if nothing else. Unlucky, Louis. Right, 2 down, 2 to go. Next up, your name, sir?
Stephen.
Stephen, good afternoon. Welcome to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. A chance to make a name for yourself and your better half. Here we go. Hit the target, get the ball in the gap, win the 2 tickets. Close. Close, one more. Unlucky, unlucky, right. So the big question is, have we saved the best till last? Your name, sir?
Derek.
Derek, come on now. You've got to support. Come on, let's have some fans up for Derek. Yeah, not you, Derek, not you. You warm up. You get ready. Right, come on, Derek. Show us how it's done. A oneer. A twoer. Oh, unlucky. Oh, we got one more. We got a special guest. Just when you thought it was safe, we've got a mystery guest. Your name, sir?
Jimmy.
Jimmy, right. Jimmy, you know what you got to do?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Right, you had some practice?
There's no rules, is there? I can go under them.
You can go under arm, you can go side arm, you can go over arm. You've got to get the ball in the hole either way. Show us how it's done, sir. That's the sighter. Oh, I'm liking your technique. Change it. Oh, unlucky, guys. Not to be this time, but big thanks to our Ambassador Cruise Line, our favourite principal partner, for supporting us with this halftime competition, and just hope that somebody can repeat what Superman Sam did last Friday. So let's welcome back our two umpires, James Middlebrook and Simon Widdop, and led by Captain Tom Wesley. Here comes Essex. And the two opening batters for Glamorgan, wearing 97, Eddie Byram, and wearing 55, Asa Tribe. Opening the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, number 29, Shane Snater.
Yeah, I mean, all three of them 23 and under as well. Zain Hassan's only 24, Smale's 24. So as you say, it's a reasonably inexperienced side. Kieran Colson and Billy Root probably the two in the middle order with the most experience.
Is it me or does Simon Harmer look like a beekeeper in that hat?
He kind of does. I feel like
It sort of looks like a puritanical reverend from like 1860s America, doesn't he? Here's Porter. As Hurl pushes that one to mid-on. Porter will be probing away, doing what he's done for over a decade for Essex. That's what Essex's strength's been in recent years. Yes, they've recruited well, but they've grown their own. You know, you look at Porter, Dan Lawrence when he was here, Nick Brown. So that's defended. Tall Paul Walter. All have come out of the Essex League. And then some decent recruitment thrown in as well. Harmer, Elgar, Critchley,
Jordan Cox.
Cox.
Really good recruitment with him. Yeah, I mean, some of their...
But there's been no sort of flamboyant, you know, marquee signings. I mean, Harmer's a good international bowler, but he's been superb for Essex as that's played out to mid-on.
Well, yeah, the guys, yeah, as you mentioned, Harmer, when they signed him in 2017, had played what, a handful at most international games at the time, and he's obviously gone on to play a few more for South Africa since, but he wasn't particularly well renowned necessarily around the world, but he has sort of grown into that with his time here at Essex. Cox wasn't really talked about for England, has now been in and around the sides.
Pushed into the covers, but Thane does the fielding. Yeah, I'm wondering whether Simon Harmer is probably up there as one of the best overseas players ever to come to English cricket. And I know that's a big call when you think of people like Malcolm Marshall at Hampshire or Viv Richards at Somerset or, you know, Sylvester Clarke, Wayne Daniels, Zahir Abbas. Those guys in the 70s. So that's played out. But for longevity of service and almost single-handedly bowling Essex to a couple of county championship titles,
Yeah,
I think he's got to be up there. Jeetan Patel, he's got a claim as well at Warwickshire. He came around just sort of before Harmer and helped them to a couple of titles, but Simon Harmer's got to be up there as one of the best overseas signings ever.
Yeah, just trying to think of recent signings. Someone like Cheteshwar Pujara. He's got to be pretty good. I think he won back-to-back with Yorkshire. And then back in 2015, 14, 15, 15, 16.
Yeah.
He was around for at least one of those, I think, possibly.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a massive part of that sort of side. He was in and out. He wasn't,
True.
yeah.
Oh, struck on the pad, but just drops at his feet. Dot ball.
I think in recent years, probably only Simon Harmer and Jeetan Patel have had real influence over a side who's won the county championship.
Was Kumar Sangakkara around when they won
Yeah,
that
he
final
was.
title?
He was, but
He might have been gone by the final title. He was definitely around for the promoted side in 2016 time. But he might have been gone because it was what, 2018 he must have been around still.
yeah, I mean, you
But
could
It's only
argue
one title.
you could argue Kimar Roach at Surrey, been there for the last three
Yeah.
titles.
Was defended out towards mid-on. Critchley gathering. Yeah, it'd be an interesting one. I mean, Harmer's took 70 wickets or so in that first 2017 season.
Yeah,
50 odds the following year. I assume somewhere in between 2019 when they won again. It's pretty impressive. Again, just angled back in from Snater.
Although saying that, Glamorgan will possibly talk about Wakai Yunis, who was an integral part of their side in 1997 when they won the county championship under Duncan Fletcher. Side led by Hugh Morris, people like Steve James, Robert Croft, Matthew Maynard, Steve Watkin. Fine cricketers in there.
Pushed out, could be tight for a run out. Direct hit's going to be close. Not far at all there. Sold down the river was Hurley. He was over halfway down before Tribe sent him back. Complete mix-up in the middle there. It's going to be tight. Probably makes it home safe. But either way, not far at all. That's really the last thing Glamorgan would need as they look to chase 3-7-2. Driven firmly down the ground. Oh, gorgeous strike. Should run away towards the rope. And does all the way there. 4 runs. Lovely drive.
Talking of Matthew Maynard, he's possibly the only cricketer I know who's had his name written into a proper single that's been released. Manic Street Preachers, the B-side, I think it was of Design for Life, had a song called Mr. Carbohydrate.
Driven down the ground again and back-to-back 4s. Another gorgeous drive by Tribe.
And Mr. Carbohydrate had a line in there that said, "Have you heard of Matthew Maynard? He's my favourite cricketer. I'd rather watch him play than pick up my guitar."
Not a bad lyric to have written about you.
No. Matthew Maynard, the Prince of Wales. What a player he was.
$13 for 1. 3 overs gone here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford.
Porter to Hurl, who gets on the front foot. This easy paced pitch here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford.
Yeah, it's very much played a lot better than either of us thought, Dan. We kind of looked at it. It's a little bit patchy, but did have a good covering of grass on it as well. I don't think either of us thought it was going to be another 400-run wicket.
Oh, that nearly sneaks through, but Hurl gets off the mark with one off the inside edge, which dribbles out to Jamal Richards. Another homegrown one from Walthamstow Cricket Club, Jamal. He could be a member of E17. Keep them coming. Keep your... If cricketers were rock stars, who would they be? Drop us a line. At the middle stump, me, Dan Whiting, or at T Reynolds _sport for Toby. That's just worked into mid-wicket there by Tribe. What did we have earlier? We had, well, Ace of Tribe could be out the Proclaimers. If Alistair Cook was a rock star, he'd be somebody sort of listened to, but fairly inoffensive, like James Blunt, wouldn't he? Or Coldplay, perhaps. Yeah. Turned into the leg side again by Tribe. Porter just angling it into him. He'll give him the 3-card trick in a minute. He'll get one that just holds its line and be looking for Fernandez or Harmer to gobble it up behind the stumps.
I was thinking, surely former New Zealand fast bowler Chris Martin is a Coldplay.
Like it,
right
like it, yeah.
course, we already
Dug in.
mentioned Carlos Brathwaite as Daniel Powter, not only for his one-hit wonder in 2016 World Cup final, but for the fact he made Ben Stokes have a bad day. But yeah, if you have any others, get in touch with Dan or myself. I'd love to hear as many cricket rock stars from you guys as we can.
There we go. That's the one Porter's looking for. 14 for 1. Essex in the ascendancy in this Gavin and Stacey derby. Gavin holding the cards at the moment. Stacey and all in Barry Island not happy.
Yeah, 14 for 1, 4 overs gone. Pearl and Tribe at the crease. Tribe with a few lovely straight drives so far to find the boundary. Picked up a 4 off the outside edge as well, but Shane Snater continues here inside the power play. Still a pretty tight field around Hurl here, as he looks to try and force one into the offside, but doesn't fully connect and can only find Benkenstein in there at extra cover. Hurl only playing his 3rd List A game ever here. The 20-year-olds made his debut earlier this year against Warwickshire. Just in 2024, that was, sorry. As he swishes at that one. A little bit of extra pace, I think, from Snater that time. Just skipped through a fraction, and Hurl looking to play that one through the offside. Doesn't connect. Still well over 350 required here for Glamorgan. Long way for them to go. Another swish there and a thick edge gone. Taken there behind the stumps. Simon Fernandez, a smart catch, an easy catch. Takes it well, and Shane Snater picks up Essex's 2nd wicket. Yeah, Essex completely on top right now. Hurl goes for 1, caught behind, unable to add many to the total. Does bring Kieran Coulson out, the captain, to the crease. But it's very much all Essex right now here in Chelmsford.
Yeah. James from BBC Radio Essex, doing the evening show, doing the sports show, I think. You've just made your debut on BBC Essex. It's a good catch by Fernandez, though, wasn't he? It was sort of quite high.
Yeah, flew off the outside edge pretty quickly, as you say, Dan.
Coulson's a good player, but get through him, and I think the rest might just fold.
That's the thing, he's got to just keep picking up these continual wickets. Just means that Glamorgan will keep getting pegged back and pegged back and pegged back and having to restart and keep going again and again and again.
Yeah.
And with such a big total that they've got to go for, just makes it just going to make it pretty much impossible.
But Glamorgan have had a good season. You know, they've struggled the last few weeks, but they've had a good season under Richard Dawson and Ian Harvey.
Snater in again. That one's punched. Just one bounce into point. Dot ball first up there. Off the middle of the bat for Coulson.
Currently lying 2nd in Division 2. Look like they're going to go up behind Leicestershire.
Well, depending on what the county championship looks like next year, I guess, and whatever the ECB do decide to do.
I think Harvey's away with the Welsh Fire, isn't he, at the moment? It's David Harrison, taking the side at the moment.
Oh, looks to drive at that one, does Coulson, but just ends up sort of prodding that one and chipping it down towards mid-on. Slater almost finding gap between bat and pads.
Mark Lane at Gloucestershire, he's also with the Welsh Fire. So Gloucestershire, when they come here on Sunday, that'll be a good game of cricket as well. They'll be led by Mark Thorburn.
That was whipped into the leg side, quick single. And it does hit Coulson as he scampers through for the one there. Throw from Matt Critchley. Ends the 5th over there.
Critchley just apologising there.
15 for 2 after 5 overs. They just have a little wave at each other.
Yeah, Coulson's laughing.
Yeah, 15 for 2, 5 overs gone. Not far off where Essex were total-wise, but Essex were 14 without loss at this stage. And those 2 wickets for Glamorgan could really, really harm them, especially when you consider their sort of lack of depth in comparison to Essex, at least, with the bat.
Yeah, Glamorgan also didn't have Simon Harmer up their sleeve either. Or Jamie Porter. Or Shane Snater. 3 of their frontline bowlers. That's a heave by Coulson and goes over the top of Harmer at slip and runs away for 4 runs. I think Coulson might be here for a good time, not for a long time.
I think you kind of have to almost, though. Just really try and get somewhere ahead of the rate, or at least ahead of where Essex were. If you're going to lose wickets, you've got to really get going.
Yeah, I think also he's saying to Porter, listen, you're not going to dictate your length to me. In he comes Porter. Open face from Coulson. Goes to Thane at backward point.
Touched on the last over, Dan. It'll be interesting to see. We can talk about it after this ball as well. What do you reckon will happen next year? Because we've already seen the blast has been reduced.
Yeah, Coulson just pushed that into the covers. I don't think the county championship will be reduced. I just don't think they've got the support for it. They need 2/3 of the vote. And I think there are already 7 counties who their members' forums have said no thanks. So 15 of the 18 counties are membership run, they're membership models. There's just 3 who are privately owned. Hampshire, we've got a big stake with the Delhi Capitals, Northamptonshire and Durham. Oh, little fiddle from Coulson. So I just don't think they'll get the numbers to actually reduce the schedule in the county championship. The blast will be fiddled with. Again, I'm not a fan. I think the blast works perfectly. I think it's a great competition.
I'm not 100% sold on the blast, personally. I just think it just gets really convoluted and long, partly because there's so many teams, but also it's...
Oh, that was quicker from Porter. Goes through Coulson. Not far away from the top of off stump either.
Yeah, but also partly because obviously the prime time slots are Thursday and Friday evenings probably, and so you end up with there being so many games happening over the course of a weekend. You sort of miss a weekend of cricket and you miss kind of a quarter of the season almost, and then obviously it's a little bit different, but then you get to the end of the group stage, you then wait a month while the 100 takes place and you come back for the quarters and the semi in September.
Coulson defends. Well, that's the elephant in the room, isn't it?
Yes.
That's, you know, we've sold August off, you know, and I love this competition, the Metro Bank, but it would be nice to see a few more stars in it, and to get the kids coming here. I mean, I saw a load of kids here on the pitch, you know, having a dads and lads hit on the pitch. And it's lovely, that sort of community vibe they built here at Essex. It really is. And yeah, I think it's fantastic. And I just don't see the 100's going nowhere, by the way, because it's got to keep, a deal going till whenever, 28 or 29.
Defended. Dot ball.
But
Yeah.
I think it's, we had a really good test series against India, but we had to cram in 5 tests in 7 weeks due to the 100. And as such, the last test was shorn of Jasprit Bumrah for India and Jofra Archer for England because of the workload on them.
Again defended, this time into the leg side. Yeah, so I don't think it is actually the 100 necessarily that means the test has been over such a short period. So looking at all of the last 5 match series since 2005, it was 45 days it was played over this year. That's almost that's exactly the same as the Ashes in 2023. That one's prodded out offside this time. Only a day shorter than 2019. 4 days longer than 2018 when England played India, well before the 100 was even a thing.
But what about 2010, 2005?
So 2013 was 46, 2009 was 47, 2005 was 53, but it's basically been exactly the same number of days as all of the Ashes between 2009, 2013, 2015 and 2019 Ashes. Almost all there was 2 days within it, the extra length, and that was probably because you started a couple of the games either on a Friday or a Monday or something like that. That one's again another dot ball. It's been really good start here from Snater in this over.
I just think that if the fixture list is reduced, players will go off and play franchise cricket elsewhere. We've seen it in football where they want less fixtures and then they'll go and play friendly out in the Far East or something like that. And it's a sad fact of life, but in sport, money talks.
Again, full and straight, punch down the ground, through for a single. They get home. Good running there by Tribe and Coulson. No, I do agree. I think keeping the county championship as a 14-game competition, I think is key, and I think it's good that they will. I'd be interested in it maybe going to 8 teams, and then every team can just play each other once, and you kind of have that sort of sporting integrity kind of held out a little bit more, whereas you look at someone like Surrey, who've won the last 3 championships. Oh, looks to scoop that one, gets hit. Does Carlson that time, and it just runs down to third man, through for a single. He's not limping, he's all right. Leg by signalled.
Yeah,
So yeah, you look at Surrey, and they've not actually played a lot of their closest competitors in the last 3 years. Twice.
No, they haven't.
Which is, I guess you could say it's fortuitous, but also it could mean that actually because they've not played the teams closer to them twice, that's why they're closer to them. So
Yeah.
you never necessarily quite know, but it's just not particularly full of integrity in that kind of respect, I'd say. So actually, an 8-team top division maybe makes more sense.
Yeah, I just think the fans like it, and the county championship is the finishing school for the test side. That's what brings the money into English cricket, is the TV deals. Oh, that's a pleasant shot. Lovely from Carlson. Fluent cover drive. Yeah, it's the Sky deal that brings the money into England cricket, and
What's something like
Getting-
75-80% of ECB's income is Sky, isn't it?
yeah, getting derrieres on seats at Lords who are all paying 120 quid,
Minimum.
£8 a pint. That doesn't really come into it. That's chicken feed
Yeah.
compared to the television deal. So there's county championship. Oh, Coulson's whipped that one back with a square for 4. the county championship should be, and it's not, but it should be the talent pool that the Test side fishes in. I'm not sure it is at the moment with the likes of Jacob Bethel and people like that in the side, but it should be the talent pool that the Test team fishes in. Porter. Carlson again whips this one. Only out to Jamal Richards. He's going to take him on. Well run by Carlson. Richards got a bullet arm.
Just went to the wrong end in the end. It was a bit unfortunate, really. I think he was halfway ready to just kind of throw that one into the keeper, and then Carlson, kind of out of nowhere, very riskily took the single. And I reckon if it had gone to the bowler's end, Tribe could have been left well short of that.
It's such a big boundary, though. There's always one on the arm out there, I think. Oh, Carlson flirts with that one, flutters his eyelids at it, and says, "Do you come here often?"
Yeah, no, going back to the championship chat we were having, I do agree as well. I think a strong county championship is pretty crucial as much as anything else. But do you not think, therefore, Dan, that perhaps actually having 8 teams in Division 1, that one slammed down the grounds, kind of chipped in the end, not quite going to have the legs to reach the boundary. They'll come back for 3 though. Good running there. Yeah, do you not think, Dan, therefore having 8 teams in the top division and sort of making it even more kind of an elite level of where you have the best, what would that be, 100 cricketers or whatever, give or take, competing in that top division, 120?
No.
Narrower pool?
No, because I just think the rich will get richer. And it will be, I think that's what the powers that be might want. As Tribe uses his feet and slams Porter down the ground. Glamorgan on to 38 now. Tribe's on to 17, Carlson 18. Yeah, I just think that you have 18 counties, and I think the smaller guys need looking after. You don't want to see it like the Test series at the moment, where you've got the big 3 of England, India and Australia, and the rest are withering on the vine. You have to protect counties like Essex, like Gloucestershire, like Leicestershire, like Northamptonshire, like Derbyshire. You have to protect those guys, because otherwise Surrey will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And in the end, it will just be, the Test playing counties playing each other. And I don't think that's very good, healthy competition for the game.
But why does 8 teams in the top division mean that's more likely? I mean, someone like Essex have been in the top division for a long time now.
Yeah, they have, and Somerset.
That one is launched high into the sky, all the way for 6. Clatters into the pavilion there. Brilliant striking by Carlson. Just dropped short there from Snater. And a huge hit.
Yeah, Essex and Somerset have both been in the top division for a while.
I mean, Worcestershire have been up for a couple of seasons.
They have, but
struggling,
it was a miracle they even stayed up last year. You get sides. Gloucestershire have been up there. Northants were up there for a little bit.
Lancashire down the bottom of Div 2. Yorkshire in Div 2 for a few years.
Yeah, but really, you look at the sides who haven't been up in the top division over the last sort of 15, 20 years. I don't think Glamorgan have been in the top division. I think Derbyshire have been in the top division.
But that's even with 10 teams, so I don't think that necessarily...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of people who call for, just to go back to an 18-1 division.
Play everyone once.
Yeah.
But again, I just think that, well, that would be increasing the fixture list, first of all. So I
Yeah,
can't
it
see
would
them
be.
doing
No,
that.
it's not going to happen.
But I actually, if you played everyone once, I wouldn't necessarily be against that. But I think the fact of having a more sort of sporting integrity within the competition, I think, is something that just sort of out of fairness as much as anything else, I think is more important than having an extra 2 teams able to win the competition at the start of the year. And actually, it'll make getting out of Division 2 more of a challenge because there are obviously more teams competing for that, and you wouldn't necessarily be able to just get away with drawing all of your fixtures, which often seems to be the case in Division 2. You look at a lot of teams who a lot of Division 2 games are just draws from the outset, seemingly, because that's the way to get points on the boards.
As long as they don't ring fence it.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I think that would be criminal, and I don't think they would. I think that is the best part of the county game, is that actually with every competition, obviously there's 3 frontline competitions, and anyone can win anyone at kind of the start of the year, as long as you're in Division 1 Championship. Was that one just dropped out towards point again?
But that's what I love about the Metro Bank, is because, you know, you look, Leicestershire have won it, Glamorgan won it twice in the last 4 years. It gives the smaller guys a chance to actually get their hands on some silverware. And it is important. I mean, 50 over cricket is what I grew up on. I grew up on the Benson Hedges Cup, the Gillette Cup, or the NatWest Trophy, or whatever it's called. It is important.
Again, slogged down to the leg side, this time just for one. Thane fielding out there in front of the pavilion in the shadows.
Bring back the John Player League on a Sunday, that's what I say.
Was that the one day competition?
No, 40 over.
40 over.
40 over league. Bowlers had to have a line which was spray because they couldn't have more than a 15-yard run-up.
This time the straight bat just turns into the leg side there by Tribe.
So you used to have bowlers like John Price at Middlesex who would run along the line so he could like utilise his curved run, or some guys used to just run on the spot on the line so they could get their steps in for their normal run up.
That one's guided off the face of the bat. A lovely shot there from Tribe. Wants to come back for 2. Could be tight.
He's quick.
Yeah, quick between the wickets there is Ace the Tribe. Well, I mean, this competition was 40 over for, 4 or 5 years or so. 2010 to 2013, I think it was.
Yeah, the Pro 40, I think it's called, wasn't it?
And I mean, a lot of people credit that for England's 2019 victory, because 10 overs less, you can just go that little bit harder.
Yeah.
So you have guys like Jason Roy, Alex Hales, Owen Morgan a little bit, Joss Butler all coming through, playing 40 over cricket, and you can just go hard from the outset, particularly in the power play, which matters even more. So that one's just slashed out to cover.
But I just find it frustrating that 50 over cricket, the World Cup we won in 2019, sorry.
Well, women won in 2017, actually.
Yeah, it's 2019. And now our main players hardly play it domestically. And that's why our performances in that form of competition have not been great since.
My prediction, I reckon, probably not soon. And it's maybe not a prediction as much as a possibility, but I can kind of see the 100 going 2-tiered and the blast effectively being removed, and then you actually have space for the One Day Cup to be a competition on its own. You get all of the effectively the tier 2 teams who aren't given 100s.
Porter in short and pulled by Carlson. He'll get a couple as Richards does some good work out in the deep. Yeah, I think the 100 will probably turn into a T20 franchise competition over here.
I think next year's the talk of it already, with the new ownership.
Yeah, and the
groups all wanting it.
The blast will eventually die off.
It would leave space for a lot more, as you say, one-day cricket, four-day cricket as well, hopefully. They could look to expand again.
Short pulled by Carlson, 4 runs, 1 bounce over fine leg. Didn't get all of it, a little bit top edgy, but That brings up the Glamorgan 50 in the 10th over. And Carlson looks like he's in the mood here. I'd love it for the sake of the game if Carlson went and got a big one really quite quickly.
Well, he made a brilliant ton a couple of weeks ago, 135 off 92 against Hampshire. So he's definitely got it in him.
Turned into the leg side. He'll get 2 more here. The fitness of these guys. I mean, they've just done 50 overs in the field and they're running 2s left, right and centre. Cameron Bancroft last week against Glamorgan was on the field for 50 overs in 29 degrees. He then went out and batted, got 143. And I've rocked up at Bristol the following morning. He's on his way into the gym. Pulled by Carlson. Richards in pursuit. Oh, that's brilliant work. Cuts it off. Superb from the Walthamstow Wizard.
Yeah, really good fielding down there from Richards. A lovely shot though from Carlson. We've seen him look to play through the kind of backward square leg region a few times, just using his wrist to flick that one round the corner.
Oh, Carlson has gone big here. All the way over mid-wicket. There's a gentleman over to our right at the top of the Tom Beers. He's putting on his jumper. I mean, it's like boiling.
We are very much in an oven here in the commentary box. I wonder if it's a little bit nicer out there. You hope.
A little bit fresher.
A little breeze, perhaps, on top of the Tom Pearce stands.
Whipped by Carlson, and that's a single. That completes the power play. Glamorgan 64 for 2. At this stage, Essex was 61 for 2. Even Darren Stevens, 50 partnership as well. Tribes contributed just 7. Carlson 42. But this game's got legs.
Yeah, absolutely. But the issue is for Glamorgan, they have to keep going like this, and if anything, increase the pace. They're under the required run rate right now, which is absolutely baffling, and that's pretty much all down to Simon Harmer at the back end. You have to say his spectacular 40 just pushed them on that little bit further. See a little change of bowling here at the end of the power play. Luke Benkenstein coming into the attack with his leggies. You can have 4 men outside the ring, so we're seeing long on, long off, deep square leg and sweeper on the cover boundary, deep cover. Obviously, they're looking to just try and change something here, Wesley and the home sides. Having a chat with Harmer now, though. Obviously, the front line spinner here at Chelmsford. And he's got that patch of rough on the off stump here to target. Fires the first one in, and it definitely grips. That was whipped away nicely. Thoughts of 2, but good fielding from Thane out there on the boundary means they can just get 1.
Certainly got more hair than his old man, hasn't he, Luke Benkenstein? Dale, if you're listening in, hope you're well. He was a good man at Gloucestershire, Dale Benkenstein. You know, I know he's had issues with his results, but media-wise, he always fronted up.
That one's just dropped into the leg sides.
He never hid, you know, after a bad result or anything like that. He always fronted up. And he'd give you the odd quote, which was gold as well.
That one's just punched down the ground for 1.
That looked like the top spinner.
I'm I'm just thinking, I think they've got 2 number 11s on the pitch right now, Essex. Harmer's fielding both at long on and at extra cover. That one's swept firmly, but only as far as Thane again out there at cover.
Yeah, they have.
I'm trying to work out who's who. I think
That's Harmer at extra cover.
that one finds the outside edge and just runs down to Richards again in there at third man. I'm trying to think, where's Wesley? I wonder if Wesley's wearing Harmer's jumper or something right now. Or a sub-fielder, perhaps. So that one almost skips through.
There's Wesley. Strange place to skipper aside from, isn't it? Long on. It does look like Wesley.
I think because he's got Harmer in there at extra,
Yeah.
he knows he's kind of happy to let him take control, particularly when spinner Luke Benkenstein is bowling.
Talking of Harmer, and I said, I bet he doesn't bowl from the Graham Gooch end. Who comes on at the Graham Gooch end? Simon Harmer.
He must know something we don't know. I guess he's turning the ball towards the long boundary.
Yeah.
And actually just to try and stem the flow of runs after a pretty expensive back end of the power play. It's perhaps not a bad idea. And perhaps there's a little bit of rough. We can't quite see it with keeper and batter stood just in front of us, but it's, as we say, a used pitch, used a few days ago against Surrey. So it's very much could favour the spinners here.
Harmer, first ball. Getting one to go past Carlson's edge. Yeah, I think if anyone's going to extract something from the surface, then this wily South African's your man, isn't he? Pulled to deep mid wicket, as he said, bowling to his field, Toby. I covered a game with you earlier in the season, and my other half was watching it. She's got a dog called Toby. I kept referring to you by your name, and the dog kept looking up at the TV. There's a little bit of confusion here, a little bit of hesitation there by Tribe, but they get through for a single.
It's a good name.
It is a good name, yeah.
She's got good taste in names, is all I can say.
Yeah, I haven't seen you, roll on your back and do any tricks for treats yet today. Slammed through the offside, but not beating Robin Das at extra cover.
So it depends how hungry I get for the treats.
Down the ground, that could well be 4 runs, and it is, as it crashes into the advertising boards at the Graham Gooch end. Listeners at home, I'll let you know if he's if he'll lie down and roll over for a few Bob Martins. That's Carlson's 50. As he gets to it with a 6 off just 31 balls. And that is a real counter-attacking knock. 5 4s, 3 6s, and Carlson, Toby, looks in the mood.
Yeah, absolutely. Reverse sweep for 6 to get to your 50. It is crazy. That's exactly what he's done. He's just been batting brilliantly so far today. And he's got to keep going. There's still another, just under 300 for a side to try and chase. They're very much on course, but if he goes, if Tribe goes, it's going to continue to be a long day for them. Benkenstein in. Tribe slashes that one out into the offside. They want 2 but won't get it. And yeah, you think Carlson and probably Tribe have both got to go big here
I think Tribe was on about 12 or 13 when Carlson came in. It was 14 for 2 when he came in.
Floated up and that one slapped up in the air. 6. Another huge 6 there for Coulson. Floated up by Benkenstein and just slog swept. There's a big gap in there at mid-wicket. The sweepers are out at long on and deep square leg, and he just dispatches that one over the leg side for another 6.
This is a joy to watch. Now, Essex fans might be getting a little bit nervous, but sometimes you just have to doff your cap to the sheer brilliance.
Flatter this time, and that one's cut just for a single. Yeah, 4 6s already for Coulson. And 5 4s along the way as well. He's just having a bit of a party as much as anything else, and it's exactly what his side needs. So wide down the leg sides. Just got his line a fraction wrong that time to Benkenstein. Yeah, could this be the 5th 300 plus chase of the year? That was pulled. Pretty straight down the ground this time though.
What did Middlesex get against Durham? Was it 360?
380.
380, so it wouldn't be as big as that one, but it would still be fairly impressive, wouldn't it, if Glamorgan can chase this down.
Sorry, 390, sorry, not 380. So 387 Durham set. Middlesex made 390 with 2 overs to spare.
Well, I watched some of that on the stream, and Sam Robson's innings was a masterclass.
Oh my God. Come back to this after this ball. Oh, squares him up a fraction, Benkenstein. So I would lie, this would be the 6th 300 plus chase. Durham managed to chase 320 against Lancashire with 9 balls remaining, 4 wickets in hand. And we've actually had our second 300 plus tie of the competition. Leicestershire versus Derbyshire. Derby chasing 212 for 5 Leicestershire made. Derby were all out on the final ball of the innings for 312 as well.
Well, if this ends up in a tie, then I'm a Dutchman. You're listening to Toby Reynolds and Ruud van Nistelrooy here. Ambassador Cruise Line ground.
If someone had tuned in just for that second, missed your first bit there, Dan, that would have been a surprise for them. 90 for 2, 13 overs gone here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford. Harmer and Benkenstein, the 2 spinners bowling in tandem at the moment.
I think Carlson's just going to go and go and go and see what he gets away with. He's gone there, and is that going to be out? Oh no, it's a great effort out in the deep. Thought the fielders were going to collide there. I'm glad they didn't. Is that sane? No.
Benkenstein, perhaps?
Down the leg side, Coulson calls Tribe through for a leg bye.
Yeah, Benkenstein out there, that was diving around to his right.
It was a wonderful effort.
It's interesting because he's probably about 5 or 10 yards off the rope because it's
Yeah,
such a big boundary.
And they want to cut the 2s off, don't they? Coulson screams that and goes. Quarter mid-off. Mid-off there is probably 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. And Coulson perishes for a brilliant 64 of just 35 balls. And yet another wicket to Simon Harmer in this fantastic Essex career. Wesley with a catch.
Yeah, really good innings from the skipper. It's kind of what they needed, just to try and keep the rate going there. Ahead of where Essex were at this stage, runs-wise. The wickets do keep on tumbling though, which is going to be challenging for them, but this is pretty much the only way they're going to be able to go. It's sort of do or die for them.
Yeah, he won't mess around either. Smale, he likes to put bat to ball. Good to see the members here as well, giving Coulson a warm round of applause. It's good to see, you know, obviously, yeah, they want Essex to win, but they appreciate good cricket here as well. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, the brother of Sophia Smale, as we've already mentioned on the stream, is Will Smale, one of Essex women's players. Actually, the last game me and you did together here, Dan, was she was bowling that final over against Lancashire, and what turned out to be a really tight.
She probably won't want to be reminded of that.
No, but she too there bowled a fantastic final over, and
She did, and then
just lost one down the leg side final ball.
yeah, which they ran a wide too. Yeah, they needed 2 to win off the last ball. It's gone down the leg side. Keeper couldn't gather it, and Lancashire scrambled a single. But yeah, it was a great game of cricket, wasn't it? It really was.
Yeah, it felt like Lancashire were going to cruise it the whole time, and Essex just clawed their way back in.
Harmer to Smale, who gets off the mark by pushing one through point for a single.
Yeah, that was a little bit of the story of Essex women's season, as they got close and were fighting so many times, couldn't quite get over the line enough.
Tribe just nurdles this one, tickles it into the leg side. Harmer. Tossed up. Smale. And he pushes the ball back to him. Warm round of applause for Harmer. But that's the experience there. Just sort of saying, do you want to take me on? Second ball into your innings. Do you want to take me on? Just tossing it up.
I think that's kind of what's been needed as well from Essex. It's been a pretty good spell from the two spinners who've come in since the back end of the power play. Benkenstein's been a little bit expensive, but has bowled tidily when you consider he's bowling to such a short leg side boundary. And he was bowling to Kieran Coulson, who had a bit of a field day with bat and hands.
It is Wesley and Harmer's jumper.
Yeah, just having a little chat. I feel like you can almost tell with the untucked shirt that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so that last wicket was caught by a bloke in Harmer's jumper off the bowling of Simon Harmer.
That was driven firmly through the offside. Just going to get one for it. Allison out there doing the fielding. Good start by Smale. Single off his first couple deliveries. He's facing up now to Benkenstein. Sweepers out. 2 out on the leg side, 2 out on the off. Still that gap at cow corner. But he just defends the first one out towards Matt Critchley in there at backward point. Swept, misses, gone! LBW there for Benkenstein. Fires that one in. Smale looking to sweep, misses out and goes for one. The wickets are tumbling here. Glamorgan very much in trouble. 4 down for 95. We're not even 15 overs in, but the run rate continues to climb. It's at almost 8, the required run rate now. And Essex dominant so far today.
Yeah, third Glamorgan batter to be dismissed for 1. What did he get? 2? He got 2, didn't he?
No, 1.
No, it was
Yeah,
one. It was one. Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan are up with a rate at the end of 15 overs. Essex were 96 for 2, but Glamorgan are 95 for 4 currently. But it's those 4 wickets. It's those 4 wickets. Here's Billy Root. Comes to the crease.
probably Glamorgan's last recognised out-and-out batter.
Yeah, Douthwaite will give it some bosh though.
Hassan and Douthwaite are both more than capable all-rounders, but Root very much a frontline batter. I think he batted up at 3 earlier on this year, similar to Smale, who both of them batted in the top order, and it's really down to Root and Tribe, you'd think, to try and put on a big partnership and get them close to the, still 280 required, which is a long way for them to go, but just trying to put together a partnership I think is going to be the key here. It's left-handed Root though, so they will have at least one batter able to target the short boundary each over. Could be very useful.
But Simon Harmer dismissed and caught at mid-off. Tom Wesley, good catch, to jump up and take
3 sweepers out on the leg sides. Long off comes inside the ring. Wesley still wearing Harmer's jumper.
Yeah, Benkenstein will be chucking it into the rough. Outside Root's off stump here, turning it back in.
And Root just onto the front foot, defending first ball.
It did look out the LBW though, didn't it? I'm only thinking, I thought Smale might have thought he might have got a little feather on it.
Oh, that one just
Big turn.
leaps back, turns back,
Honestly, that's probably
jumps up a little bit on Root, who plays it well in the end. Gets through for a single, for a double, sorry. But a very interesting delivery as much as anything else there from Benkenstein.
From the river was laughable by the end of things, and he's a genuine all-rounder, and he looks very impressive when he bowls.
Defended.
A few Essex sports would have been the analysts.
Slightly unorthodoxly from Root to end the over there. 15 overs gone, 97 for 4. At the same stage in Essex's innings, they were 96 for 2, Dan. So it's not far off the run rate, Glamorgan, but the extra 2 wickets is going to hurt them a lot. Essex took until the 45th over to get themselves 4 down.
Yeah, someone's got to go big for Glamorgan here, and I think they might as well have a swing, because there's no point in them batting out 50 overs and ending up on 230 for 7 or whatever.
Essex really hunted down that third position. They've got Gloucestershire on Sunday and Derbyshire on Tuesday, so 2 difficult games, but I think with the momentum that they've gathered over the last week or so, they'll definitely believe that they can do it.
That was one to Tribe through mid-wicket.
It has, but I would say it's not actually that dark. That's why I was a little bit surprised when they came on.
The lights are on.
Just sort of caught my eye.
Win here for Essex will push them up above Nottinghamshire into 4th.
Gloucestershire here on Sunday though, big game for Essex.
That's the one really.
Yeah, Gloucestershire having won 5 out of 5. Root just backs away, tries to give himself some room. Gloucestershire go to Nottinghamshire up to Trent Bridge on Friday. Then they've got Essex away here on Sunday. As that just turns Root a little. And they finish up with Hampshire at home next Tuesday in Bristol. Good big turn from Harmer. But Gloucestershire's white ball pedigree, current Vitality Blast T20 champions. So that's just pushed into the offside. And who wouldn't bet against them building a side again under Marker Lane? Swept. And that's a great catch on the boundary.
Noah Thane just plucks that one out of the air in front of the crowd in the pavilion. Just as calmly as you like, up in the air, both feet off the ground.
just about stays inside the rope as well. And 98 for 5 now for Glamorgan. But you've got to have a swing. There's no point, you know, as I said, being 230 for 8 at the end of the 50. Might as well have a swing.
No, exactly.
Zainul Hassan is on his way to the wicket. Opens the batting in red ball cricket. So he can play.
Yeah, we have talked about it. There's still batting to come for Glamorgan, but the issue is the run rate as much as anything else. And now the wickets, 5 down, they find themselves. And yeah, just looking back at it, Essex, assuming they win here, as I say, 4 points on the board, move up to 12 points. Gloucestershire on Sunday is another big one, if they can beat them. And then there's Derbyshire to finish off their campaign. So they could end up on 20 points, which is exactly what Gloucestershire are on right now.
Yeah. Yes, go on, sorry.
Hampshire have just lost to Nottinghamshire, which makes it a little bit interesting in the middle, kind of the upper middle end of the table. Hampshire currently in second, Worcestershire third, Notts fourth. So again, an interesting end. But I think if Essex can win these final 3 games, which is a big, big ask to win what will end up being, 5 on the bounce. But if they can, that's the only real way they have a chance of getting through. So that one's just driven out into the covers. Should get back for 2, they do.
But what I was about to say before Noah Thane rudely interrupted me with that brilliant catch on the boundary was that Mark Lane, that's 100 up for Glamorgan by the way, in the 17th. Mark Lane built a side under his captaincy around the turn of the century.
That one's launched up in the air, all the way for 6. Huge, another huge shot. This time Tribe joining in on the fun. He's moves on to 34 with that huge 6.
Gloucestershire won 6 trophies in 3 years, 99, 2000, 2001. And Lane's, I know he's with the Welsh Fire at the moment, but Lane's pedigree in white ball cricket shouldn't be underestimated.
This time defended into the offsides. And yeah, Gloucestershire obviously lose a couple players to the 100, but not loads.
They've lost 4.
Payne,
David Payne, Miles Hammond,
Singdale.
Ajit Singdale and Marchant de Lange. But de Lange's injured. So he hasn't actually fulfilled his contract with the Manchester Originals.
Frankenstein continues. And again, just patted back to him. Yeah, so actually they lose the same number as Essex, but probably have a fractionally bigger squad than Essex, I'd say, as well. Essex having just 12 players to select at some stages. That one's whipped through the leg side. Wesley's down there to field. Slight fumble, but just the one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Gloucestershire's squad isn't that big, but they've introduced some of the guys on rookie contracts. So Daz Ahmed has come into the side. Tommy Borman's come into the side. They might well feature here on Sunday.
That one's just smothered to end the 17th over there. 107 for 5. Hassan just defending that first ball of his. And yeah, so what, Hampshire, Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire, the other 3 sides you can kind of spoil the party for Essex, but
Don't want Nottinghamshire in the final at Trent Bridge, do you?
no. I guess it would help the crowds, perhaps.
Probably.
I guess it's not too far for some of the other Midland sides.
Here's Harmer to Tribe, who whips him to square leg for 1. But there's a long way to go. I mean, sides who often finish top often lose in the semi-final as well.
Well, you basically have a week between games, wouldn't you, I think? give or take. It's
Not even that. If you finish in the second or third place, you've got 2 days.
well, that's what I mean. If you're in the
Yeah.
final, you get
Oh,
quite
yeah,
a bit
yeah.
of time. Sorry, the
Yeah.
semi, you get quite a bit of time off in between.
Yeah, yeah,
Not
yeah.
quite a bit, but a bit more of a rest break.
You get, I think, 5 days. And that's gone. Zainul Hassan departs now for a duck. And the end is nigh for the Welsh Dragon. Good catch by Fernandez. His keeping's been very tidy, actually.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. He had that one really tricky, not even necessarily an opportunity early on, the one that tried, very thick edge between him and Harmer in the slip cordon. I think in the first over off Snater, but didn't really get near that one. But that's, again, as you say, a smart catch behind the stumps. It's been good. And again, Harmer in with the wickets. His third of the day already. Benkenstein with 1 as well. It has been a day for the spinners. Tribe picked up a couple as well. And actually, the left arm spinner as well of Franco was probably one of their best bowlers in the first innings too.
Yeah, Douthwaite comes to the crease. Is there any more cricket here this week? Is there a women's game or anything like that? Or any
there's
under-19s games or anything?
No women's games, or no Tier 1 women's games while the 100's on. There's some 2 stuff perhaps.
So it should be a fresh pitch
Unless
for
they
the
fancy
game against
playing,
Gloucestershire.
unless they fancy playing 150 overs on it. But I assume it will be a fresh pitch. I guess depends on how the wickets are looking for the rest of the season. Spoken to the groundsman up at Durham a few times, and
It's about square management,
Yeah,
especially with a lack
exactly.
of water. Everyone's had a lack of water, but South East had it worse than anywhere, isn't it?
yeah, you kind of head into the season with kind of a vague idea of which wickets you want to use for which games, but sometimes it just doesn't quite pan out, and you have to.
Harmer to Douthwaite, who plays this one into square leg and gets off the mark. Yeah, I know at Worcester the groundsman's saying the grass has actually died on the outfield in patches. It has here as well, you can see. A few patches as Tribe plays this out to long on. A few patches in front of, you know, Tom Pearce stand and the stand that we're in here, where the sun, you know, probably doesn't get as much sort of light, perhaps.
And just get scorched, I think, as well,
Yeah,
which is tricky. Because there's not much you can do to it as they drop that one into the offside.
yeah, Tribe calls Douthwaite through for a single.
But yeah, Worcestershire is just a nightmare, their ground, isn't it? It's too wet in the winter and too dry in the summer.
Yeah, the problem is with Worcester is its proximity to the River Severn, but it often comes in around the other corner where the car park is for the media, and it's like a tributary of the Severn. And you know, as soon as it rains in Wales, and Glamorgan fans listening in will nod their heads sagely, because it does rain quite a bit. As soon as they get any sort of rain, it just all comes down off the mountains into the River Severn and Worcester and that North Gloucestershire area. Sometimes when you go down the M5, places like Tewkesbury and places like that, often flooded.
Just defended first ball there by Douthwaite. Yeah, I mean, there's talk of Worcestershire moving, isn't there? And I think it's probably going to happen sooner rather than later with the influx of the money from the hundreds.
Yeah.
Probably being a big help.
Yeah, I spoke to Ashley Giles earlier in the season, and he said they've identified a site at Worcester Parkway, which is, I think, is near the old Six Ways, near the rugby ground where that was, or still is.
Just punches that one straight, but Das diving down to his left. Oh no, he's limping a little bit. There's a little bit of discomfort there as Das.
And Ashley Giles said it hasn't got the view of the cathedral, but it's got a view of the Malverns. That'll do.
Driven firmly and a good strong hand there from Harmer in their extra cover. Stops that one from racing away. Dot ball. Top stop there from the offie. was floated up and again just prodded out this time though towards Harmer. Yeah, I think I heard a few interviews with him, and it is very much in the coming few years they'll look to move. Again to Harmer, which I think would be an exciting thing because it would just allow them to create a ground that's probably more than just a cricket ground, as we see a maiden over there from Benkenstein.
Yeah, but I mean, this at Chelmsford, there's talk about Essex moving at some point in the future, to an out-of-town venue. But there's a lot to be said for a ground in the city centre. And Worcester's got that, Chelmsford's got that, Taunton's got that. And then you go somewhere like the Utilita Bowl, Southampton, where the facilities are wonderful, but
it's a nightmare to get to and from.
Yeah, and also if you ever do a 4-day game there, there's not a lot to keep you occupied in the evening. Turn from Harmer, follows Tribe. Yeah, there's not a lot there, apart from 2 hotels defended, a cricket ground. I think there might be a David Lloyd Health Centre as well, health spa. And that's it. Work to mid-off by Tribe, just for one.
Glamorgan really falling behind at this time now. 112 for 6. 3 balls remain before the end of the 20th over. Off at the 20th over, Essex were 137 for 2. That's just faltering here, Glamorgan.
Douthwaite getting on the front foot.
Yeah, it will have just been these last 10 overs that just put an end to Glamorgan's hopes.
Yeah. And that's caught and bowled. Douthwaite chips one back. I think a full toss actually to Harmer. Gives him his 4th wicket. He's 4 for 21 now. And the daffodil is wilting.
Yeah, a bit of a tame dismissal in the end there from Douthwaite. Slightly disappointing end to what has been a slightly disappointing innings for Glamorgan. They got off to a reasonable start after losing 2 somewhat early wickets, but Carlson really just got them going again alongside Tribe, who's still going now. And
you take their innings out. Tribe's on 38. Carlson got 64, and the rest reads 1-1-1-2-0-2.
Not the way that they would have wanted this to go, Glamorgan, who have kind of falling towards, languishing away at the bottom of the table right now, still without a win, as they head into what will be their final couple games of the competition. Had a game abandoned against Derbyshire.
Yeah, that was at Neath. Yeah.
But they lost to Surrey, who are the other side down towards the bottom. They get to play Leicestershire, who currently sit in 6th. So that'll be a game they'll need to target if they want to get a few more points on the boards. And also, who else have they got to play? Worcestershire will be their other final game, which could be a pretty handy win for Essex if Glamorgan can find victory in that game.
Yeah, Glamorgan need to find their bowling answers though, because it was the damage Essex did with the bat that psychologically damaged Glamorgan here. As Harmer tosses one up, that completes the 20th over. Glamorgan 112 for 7.
Yeah, very, very tricky for them so far, as we keep kind of saying. But they've got to keep going, and actually, perhaps most importantly for Essex, as well as the 4 points for the win, they're going to pick up a massive net run rate swing in their favour, which could be crucial heading down to the final few weeks if they are in and about with a chance of a quarter-final place.
Especially after that monster victory against Surrey as well. Throw in this one, And they've probably got the best one in the division, haven't they?
Yeah, they'll probably go above Hampshire as that one slapped into the covers off Benkenstein, who continues into his 6th over now. Good fielding out there from Allison. Yeah, they're currently at 0.69 with Hampshire just over 1 for the net run rate, but that's not including victory today, assuming they do get there. And assuming they get there pretty quickly with the way Hampshire are struggling. Sorry, Glamorgan are struggling, sorry. Just chip round the corner. Porter, I think that is, fields well down there at short fine leg, chasing back behind him.
But you look at Essex's senior guys there. Porter throwing himself about in the last over from this end. Harmer at extra cover, making a sprawling stop. So senior guys throwing themselves about and showing good team unity.
Again, fired in by Benkenstein. And again, defended by Tribe. Floated up this time and just pattered back to the bowler. Swept firmly in front of square, but Thane's out there to gather. On the penultimate ball of the 21st over. Heading towards drinks, just 4 overs shy. Benkenstein and Harmer have bowled in tandem every over since the end of the power play so far. That one's short and pulled aerially into the gap. And that one crashes into the advertising boards down there at the cow corner. A lovely shot there by Leonard. Just read the length early, dropped back and pulled what ended up being a long hop by Benkenstein to end the over.
Yeah, there's a beer down in South Wales called Brains. Sadly, the Glamorgan batters don't seem to have used theirs. Been some poor shots in this innings. Started with Byram, giving Harmer catching practice. Too many batters out, going across the line, playing with horizontal bats. Here's Harmer. Tribe just nurdling him through mid-wicket.
You're listening to Toby Reynolds and Dan Whiting alongside me at the moment in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Essex cantering towards victory at the moment if you're just joining us.
Leonard pushing that one back to the bowler. Leonard batted at 11 in the game against Gloucestershire on Friday.
Earned a promotion.
Yeah. Defended. He actually didn't bat. Andy Gorvin was out off the last ball of the innings. It was a nice shot. He uses his feet and just plays it with a touch of bottom hand out to long on. He doesn't look bad, Leonard. He looks... I've seen worse down the order. It's played round the corner. Richards can't cut off the 2 though. Tribe comes back. It's on to 43. I mentioned Chris Martin earlier. Is he the worst number 11 of all time?
Yes. Full stop.
Yeah, I think so. Swept by Tribe, out for single. He'll retain the strike in the over. 22 gone. Glamorgan 1-2-4 for 7. He's got to be up there. Pommy and Bangor has got to be up there. And there was some real...
Monty.
Oh, yeah, but I think some back in the sort of 70s and 80s. Jim Griffiths at Northamptonshire. Mark Robinson, the coach, he was no great shakes.
I know in Test cricket, Chris Martin, I think, has the lowest batting average.
Yeah.
Of anyone who's played, you know, a
Is it
reasonable amount of games.
2 points something, is it?
2.5 or something. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not particularly useful. That was driven nicely there by Tribe. Yeah, Leonard's averages about 15 in list day cricket, 17 in first class. High score of 32 in list day and 47 in first class. Never made a professional 50, but seemingly all right. As he just pads that one. Should have left that one alone.
Should have left it alone. It'd have got wide.
But yeah, it's going to take more than a professional high score, you'd assume, from Leonard here to get Glamorgan a few more runs. Use of feet there, driven down the ground aerially, but not enough on it to get to Snater. Again, a lovely looking shot there from Leonard. Just chips that one.
Got a 7-iron out, didn't he?
Yeah. Flatter from Benkenstein and pulled away nicely by Tribe. Again, just for one.
I like the look of Benkenstein. He's got good variation.
He's mixed his pace up well.
Yeah, and he's got, you know, a stock ball. He's got a top spinner which just goes straight on, and he's got a googly as well.
Yeah, everything you want as a leggy. Slow again, and appeal there for LBW. That beat absolutely everything. All ends up there. Harmer
That's
in
the
there at
googly.
slips.
That's
Yeah.
the googly.
Harmer in there at slip. Appealing for LB. Benkenstein didn't even think about it almost. That one not far away at all.
Leonard read that about as well as I read Dostoevsky.
Just having a look at the ball here, the umpire.
No, I think it's hit the keeper in the grill, hasn't it?
Head check, yeah. Concussion protocol. That'll have to be. I can't imagine. Oh, they would have changed the helmet, won't they? If he's in the helmet. But I think the fact that Fernandez had the sense of mind to call for the physio himself shows he's probably all right. But they will have a look at the helmet. We'll have. Oh, he's going to continue with the helmet. Almost the shoulder that kind of looked like.
I think it's flicked off the grill
Yeah.
or the jaw, maybe.
He's smiling though. He's all right. He'll continue behind the stumps. Yeah, he's had a pretty good go at it.
Be something to show the ladies his bruise back in Colchester.
Shorter again, and this one punched through mid-wicket. Could go all the way, but good piece of fielding out there at long on. Means they just get a couple for it. Saves the boundary. Does. Not Harmer, despite him wearing the jumper. That's Tom Wesley, the captain.
Again, Wesley, senior player, throwing himself around. He's contributed 141 with a bat. The game's done. You know, Glamorgan are not going to get 243 with 3 wickets left, but yet his professionalism means that he still throws himself around the field.
Yeah, Harmer continues as well. I think they might just bowl the spinners out here, and then
Yeah,
Critchley and Wesley might have a 10 each themselves. No need to waste Porter and Snater.
they might give
Richards.
Jamal Richards a go, though.
I'm sure he'd like the idea of bowling to the tail with his pace and aggression.
Tribe just pushes one into the offside. He's quite sharp. I saw him for Kent in the game on loan, and he struggled a little bit with his run up at Lord's.
Yeah, tricky on the slope there.
Yeah. Harmer just trying to sneak one through Ned Leonard. Leonard ex-Somerset, as is Eddie Byram in this Glamorgan side. That's gone up in the air. That is going to be 6 runs. That's huge.
Oh, what a shot by Leonard.
Wow.
We were talking about the fact he looked like a decent bat, or at least able to hold a bat, and he just launches a huge 6 over the offside. Gorgeous strike. I thought he might have sort of just clothed that one up in the air, but really got hold of it.
It's a poor bit of fielding by the bloke in the Essex hoodie down in the close seats. Get in a fielding practice. Crowd catch there. That's returned back to Harmer.
Might have been a cover catch as well. Das had his hands up
Yeah,
in the air.
he did. And
Perhaps
yelped.
jovially as much as anything else.
That's gone up in the air. And that's 6 more. That's gone even further. That's in the gardens. You're not getting that one back.
Another huge shot there by Leonard. He's having a bit of fun there, isn't he? He's got license and he's going to use it. He's not far away from his highest list day score ever, as we were just saying. 32 he's made.
I'm a bit nervous about my motor in the car park. It's got to be said.
To be fair, that's over extra cover. That would be a pretty impressive stroke. We saw Harmer launch a couple over the offside though early, didn't we? A bit flatter into the stands, into the pavilion.
Yes, Snater's going to come back in.
Yeah, they've had enough. I think
You've
Wesley and
had
Essex.
your fun now.
I'd be interested to see if maybe Richards has a go from the other end. Maybe Porter. I'd like to see Richards first, I reckon, and then...
I think it'd do the lad's confidence. Bit good, you know. He takes 3 wickets at the end, cleans the tail out, look, you know, and he finishes with 3 for 20. Looks good.
Yeah, I mean, he's a more than capable bowler, Richards. I think was a leading wicket taker for Essex in the competition last year. Yeah, picked up 15 wickets at about 25s. And, you know, he's a very good all-round player. Just, what, 21 years old.
He's a wonderful fielder.
Yeah.
And he can bat. He can
proper
bat.
three feature player. Bat, bowl, field. You know, maybe takes the gloves as well if Fernandez goes down. There he is. In at point, just fielding. Snater with ball in hand, first up. Just a simple dot. Tribe 47 off 57 right now. He's anchored this innings as best he could. Can't really ask more from him. That one, down the grounds. That will be his 50. And what a way to go to it. Lovely strike by Tribe. Nails it back over the bowler's head for a couple bounces before it rolls to the rope. And a really good innings from the opening bat, who's just had everyone else collapse around him. But he's just anchored in there. Very mature from the young guy. 21-year-old. Short and pulled. Doesn't get a hold. As he looks to swat that one into the leg sides.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him both times I've seen him. Well, he chipped one to mid-off last week, but in the T20 earlier in the season he got runs and looks a decent player, Ace of Tribe. Looks like he's got something about him.
Yeah, it's his first 50 of the season, but he made 43 against Notts a few weeks ago. Short and swatted again, but to Benkenstein this time. Well, again to Benkenstein actually. 146 for 7. Just 2 balls before drinks here. Can Essex just get another wicket before the break and play? Shorts, pulled. That'll be another 4. 1 bounce and into the hoardings. Great striking by Tribe. He's just pushing down the accelerator a little bit. Just too short from Snater at that time. That brings up the 150 for Glamorgan as well. 24.5 overs.
Yeah, he's Got a little bit of heart, hasn't he, Tribe? A little bit of mongrel about him. I like that.
It's just defended out into the offsides. Slight misfield there from Richards, but they would have made it through pretty comfortably for the single anyway. And that will be drinks. 151 for 7 after 25 overs. Essex not far away now, you have to say, from victory. Glamorgan just batting for pride to try and get a few more runs to the total.
Yeah, it's the 7 that's the problem. I mean, they're only 16 runs behind where Essex were at this stage, but Essex had only lost a couple of wickets. That's 7. And as we said earlier, a long tail. The tail of a diplodocus.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount more you can really ask from Essex today. They've been clinical with bat and ball. Runs, hundreds for their 2 middle orders. Tom Wesleyans, Charlie Allison, both batted exquisitely in the first innings. And then Harmer coming in at the end, smashed 40 from 22. And then with ball, they've just destroyed Glamorgan's, any hope Glamorgan had. Couple early wickets, Hurl and Byron fell to Porter and Snater. Benkenstein picked up Will Smale, and then Harmer's picked up 4 for 39 from his 7 overs. Asa Tribe keeps going here. He's 56 not out from 62. Carlson, the other batter with a bit of form coming out of today, 64 from 36. But otherwise, there's not much to cheer for Glamorgan. Just a little bit of hydration going on the field right now. Essex having a bit of a chat, as they know they're very much nearing the total right now. Harmer has his hat off here, so you assume may continue and just bowl his 10 on the bounce.
Why not?
Picked up 4. He's, you say, probably the most threatening of the bowlers. Benkenstein's looked all right too.
They do like a quick game here, especially this time of the season. Jamie Porter, interviewing him a few years ago, used to call day 4 of a county championship Harmy Day, because they used to get a day off and they could go and play golf, because Simon Harmer had bowled them out to a victory within 3 days. Here is Harmer. Sonny's on. Tribe sweeps for another boundary. Moves into the 60s.
Yeah, it just spins nicely and whips that one away through the leg side for 4. Bit of a loosener to get Harmer going again after drinks. Just a fraction short, fraction too far down the leg side, and as you say, whipped away by Tribe. He's on to 60.
Oh, Tribe attempts to cut. Harmer in his sunglasses. Talking of rock stars, let's try bunts that one down to long on. You could well pass for tonight, Matthew. I'm going to be Peters and Lee. As the cry of eagles goes round the ground, as Tribe calls Ned Leonard through for a single. So let's turn round the corner.
Not a bad call. I wouldn't say not a good one, but the glasses I'll give you.
tickled through mid-wicket as the cry of Eagles cries out across the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It's Essex who are cruising to another victory here.
Snaters to continue. He bowled 5 up top with a new ball. He came back just before drinks. And it's good, but it's just the 1 wicket to his name so far. I'm sure he'd like a couple more. Bowling at both Tribe and the tail right now. As the cries of Eagle continue around here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford. Fans want to see victory. Oh, and that one not far away at all. Kept a fraction low, net back, and I'm not sure how that didn't cannon into off stump.
Yeah, that cry tends to go around here when the bars have been open all day.
God, that one nipped back beautifully from Snater. Must have been less than an inch away from crashing into off stump. Good delivery from Shane Snater. That one's just flat battered back down the ground. Dot ball. Wesley collects. Snater's got a little bit of protection out on the leg side. The short boundary. Deep square, cow corner, long on. And just the lone fielder, Allison, out there on the cover rope. That one is whipped into the leg sides. We'll push for a couple, but I think that's Matt Critchley fielding underneath the Tom Pearce stands. Gets a little ripple of applause from the watching fans and members. Pulled again, firmly, should be 4, is 4. Tribe pouncing on one that's again a fraction short, a fraction straight from Snater. Brings up the 50 partnership with that as well. Off just 41 deliveries. Doesn't feel like these two have particularly exploded, but Tribe's found the boundaries with ease in the last few overs, and Leonard's hit a few big sixes as well. Full, straight, Yorker. Just use of wrists there from Tribe.
Critchley's often been missing in this competition for Essex in recent years, and he played for the Welsh Fire in 22 and played for the London Spirit in 23. He also played 6 games for the Melbourne Renegades in the Big Bash.
Yeah, he's not played a huge number of list day games. Just played his 50th game a couple of weeks ago. That was short from Snater and ducked under by Leonard. Yeah, against Surrey was his 50th list day match. When you consider he's, what, 29. Same age as... well, only a couple of years younger than a few of the other guys at Essex. Jamie Porter, for example, who's played a similar number of games. But Wesley and Harmer are both in the hundreds for their list day appearances. But I guess he had much more of an opportunity back in the day.
Yeah, there's not many players who played both Vitality Blast and Big Bash. Definitely not many have won both.
That one's
Turn around the corner by Tribe. David Payne's won both. For Gloucestershire last year and for Perth Scorchers.
Paul Walter, perhaps?
Yeah,
I think he won it with
I think he did.
Brisbane 2 years ago. I think he was player of the tournament or player of the final.
I think you're right. I think you're right, yeah.
So assuming he's won it with Essex.
Down the leg side, not out. Impact outside of leg stump. You can see that from the commentary box.
Perhaps a little bit tighter than Tribe maybe realised. Missing the full toss there. He would have been disappointed. And that would have been a disappointing way for him to go as well.
Yeah, just nerdled out to mid-wicket.
Well, it's been a fantastic day slash night. Victoria Glamorgan are 165 for 7 in pursuit of a 371 set by Essex, so they still need 207 runs to win. They need to get that in 22.5.
Oh, there could be a run out here. And he's gone, has he? No, he's got back. Tribe.
Hands there. No, not out, not out. It remains 100.
Face down in the dirt.
There's a little bit of a partnership building between Ace of Tribe, the opener, he's still there, 69 not out, and Ned Leonard has played a nice little cameo. He's 21 not out off 17 balls. He's hit a couple of massive sixes.
Scraping
Didn't know
the
much about
dust
him
off.
before the game,
He
but
called,
he's still
Tribe
got
called the run.
Simon Harmer's got 4
He got
wickets.
back,
It's been
but
a one apiece for Porter,
a
Slater,
big
and
dust
Baines.
cloud.
I'd quite like to see Jamal Richards.
Oh, that's over the top by Leonard, over mid-wicket.
Against Worcestershire last week.
Settle on the one.
Hopefully, Jamal Richards gets
Been
his
some
chance
good
to
results for Essex today.
well, a good Victoria.
Hampshire, Leicestershire and Derbyshire have all dropped points,
167
which helps
7 off.
Essex.
Yeah. I mean, I think Leicestershir, Derbyshire almost doesn't affect them, or if they're looking for quarterfinals, wouldn't affect them. But it definitely solidifies them in at least the middle of the table. But yeah, as you say, Hampshire dropping points to Notts, keeps them in the fight, keeps Notts in the fight as well.
Yeah.
Who do you think are the favourites to make it through in that group? You've got Gloucestershire kind of pretty far and away top of the table right now, 5 from 5. Hampshire have dropped a couple games.
And a game in hand.
Yes, yeah. As to Worcestershire, they're 3 wins, 1 tie from their 5, with a game in hand as well.
Certainly missed him, and his 4 wickets today.
I'd say
Yeah, I fancy Gloucestershire,
In no time at all. He's got some useful runs in this tournament.
Hampshire and Essex.
In general time, I'm really showing his worth.
Essex will get the fight in.
And in the other group, I fancy Middlesex, Yorkshire have had a good start, and Somerset. Could be a Gloucestershire, Somerset, West Country semi-final. Or could be Essex, Middlesex.
That was pulled away. Picked up nicely there by Wesley. Good fielding, as we've seen a change in the attack here. Matt Critchley coming on with his leg spin. So Richard's still yet to bowl. Perhaps not wanting to risk him with victory all but sealed. Floated up again and driven by Critchley. Sorry, driven off Critchley by Tribe.
Yeah, I think Middlesex Essex would be a wonderful, wonderful game.
Local derby of some sort. I guess.
Reliving all those battles in the 80s.
Up in the air. Down towards Slater. Taken. There's the wicket. We've had a wicket. Not had a wicket for a while, but Leonard looking to be positive. Hit down the ground. Departs for 23. A good 23 with a few big hits along the way. And Matt Critchley gets the breakthrough.
Good captaincy from Tom Wesley. There, introducing Critchley into the attack. He's trying something different, but sticking with his principles of spin. And he does the business with his 3rd ball.
Yeah, just floated up and sliced it a fraction. Snater, who was probably about 10-15 yards in off the boundary, just take a simple catch up against the night, well, not quite night sky, but the sunset sky above us. And 8 down, Glamorgan find themselves now 169 for 8.
57 they put on though, those two. Thought Leonard looked all right. I've seen worse.
Struck a long ball as well. A few big sixes
Yeah.
down the ground. I think he's a more than capable number 9, I'd say. Maybe even... So more than capable number 10, maybe even a number 9. But I thought he looked, as you say, looked pretty good.
Yep, yep.
See Morris now coming in. for Glamorgan. The tall seamer. His first game of the competition this year. High score of 7 not out in list A cricket. And below him, Romano Franco, high score of 1 not out. So there's not a huge amount of pedigree left for Glamorgan.
No. No, I think we're...
Over 200 required still.
I think Tribe might have to just have a dip to try and get to his 100 here. Deserves 100 though, I think, Tribe. He's bowled well, he's batted well. And he doesn't deserve to be on the losing side.
Yes, not often you make a pretty impressive 70 odd at least and pick up a couple wickets.
That's the googly.
Yeah, just defends that first one. Does Morris. Possibly misses it all ends up actually.
Yeah. In fact, I'm surprised there wasn't a little shout there. Thought it might be worth a polite inquiry.
Critchley in again. And he misses it, all ends up again, does Morris. Grips and turns off the surface.
He's all over him here, isn't he?
I think Critchley's licking his lips and thinking about a second. I'm sure Harmer's thinking about a fifer down the other end. That was driven. Gets Bannon ball for the first time today, does Morris, to end the over. But a good over from Critchley. 2 runs from it, but a big wicket of Leonard as Essex continue to move closer to what will be their 3rd victory on the trot. 169 for 8, 29 overs gone.
Yeah, that makes this Sunday's game huge against Gloucestershire. Tickets available on the Essex website. Weather's set fair. Bank holiday weekend. It's a place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, nowhere better.
Unfortunately, I won't be here.
So there is somewhere better to be, I guess.
Well, I'm preoccupied. I'm doing work for the ECB, so I'm up at Loughborough University on Sunday. Oh, Harmer getting excited. Yeah, the Disability Premier League starts. Final live on Sky at Sophia Gardens in September. Oh, he's bowled him. Harmer gets his 5 far. And Tribe just trying to work one that's too straight. And Simon Harmer, what a superstar he is in these parts. And Tribe should get a warm round of applause as he trudges off here, because he's batted very well. And he does.
Yeah, a really impressive knock from him. He just ran out of partners towards the end. And
It was just the arm ball, actually, and he's I think Tribe's played for the turn.
not many people get past Harmer unscathed.
No.
And he is his latest victim. But Harmer continues and could pick up 6 here. Bowling at the tail. Franco faces up. Looks like a left-hander, perhaps. So Harmer, I reckon, will be pretty excited.
That's what I like to see. I like to see people who bowl left arm, bat left-handed. I don't like this
Left-right combo, yeah.
No, or Jack Leach's even worse. He bowls left arm and throws it in
Yes.
with his right arm. What's all that about?
I can do you one better. My brother throws overarm right-handed, underarm left-handed.
Wow.
Definition of, well, not even ambidextrous, because he can't throw overarm left-handed or underarm right-handed.
Harmer. Oh, Franco flirts with that one. I'm ambidextrous. I can drink red or white wine.
And with your left and right hand, I'm sure.
Lager or bitter. Oh, again. Harmer, like a cat with a mouse.
Got it on a string right now, this Harmer. Angled in, spinning away. if you're an off spinner, this is what you need to do.
2 balls left. Can he get his 6 for? So he's bringing Manny off the cover boundary, and he's put in a second slip where Benkenstein has just gone there from cover. And that finishes Harmer's spell. 10 overs, no maidens, 5 for 47 on a pitch that leaked 371 earlier. In the context of the game, that is absolutely outstanding. I've run out of superlatives to say about this guy.
Yeah, there's not much you can really say. As you say, Dan, he's just been hugely impressive. With bat as well, first up. At 40 odds he made in rapid time. 42 from 22. Just started the day off for him. And then with ball, has just ripped through the middle order of Glamorgan. Picked up Tribe, he made 71, but got Carlson, got Root, got Hassan. Just had a fun day out really for him, as that one swept firmly out for 4 runs. A lovely shot there from Morris. Onto the front foot and launches that one over square leg.
Nice.
Not a bad shot there, was it? A good looking shot.
They'll be toasting that one in Abergavenny later. Nice part of the world there. Mark Wallace country. Mike Powell of Glamorgan, he's from up there as well.
Sweeps again. Finer this time, and again picks up 4. And that is Morris's highest ever list day score in just 2 strokes.
Mike Powell at Glamorgan, who's there sort of in the 90s, early 2000s, he's actually got a rib buried under the pitch at Sophia Gardens. He had to have one because I think he had too many ribs in. And he had one removed, and they were relaying the turf, so he actually buried it under the pitch. True story.
Solid in defence from Ben Morris. Oh, that one almost skips on through. Inside edge just saves Morris and keeps the game going a little bit longer, as we're nearing on 10-8 right now. Big sweep, but doesn't connect. And just dribbles out towards Das in there at mid-wicket. Sweeps again. This time to fine leg. They've dropped a man out. Porter down there.
He's got more sweeps than Trigger's broom, this guy.
That ends the over.
18 new heads and 23 new handles, wasn't it? Trigger's broom. Morris will retain the strike. Benkenstein is going to come back at the Graham Gooch end.
Picked up the wicket of Smale so far as Benkenstein. Trapped him LBW in front.
Yeah, he's got 3 left in his spell.
Ball pretty tidily.
Yeah, I like the look of him.
He's got a lot of tricks.
If he has anything
his
like the
bag, anyway.
career of his father, he'll be a good one. Down the leg side, starts off with a wide. As we said earlier, Dale won 3 county championships with Durham. Heavy, heavy run scorer. Oh, that's not the most aesthetically pleasing shot by Morris, but he's going to get a single. Moves into double figures.
Yeah, for his first time in his list day career and for the first time in his professional career as well. Oh, I lied actually. Sorry, his high score before this game was 2. His professional high score was 7. So he's doing pretty well so far with the bat. He's pulled out a few nice sweeps along the way as well.
Franco's eyeing up the leg side here. There's the googly. Is that given a wide? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, a bit of a late signal from the umpire.
It was outside the blue line. Driven back by Franco. Oh, turn. He's pushed that one really wide. I wonder if Benkenstein should just come around the wicket to the left-hander, perhaps. Oh, there's the googly again. Quicker one as well. Franco pats that into the covers. 1 ball left in the over. This game at the moment's going nowhere fast. To quote the Smiths. There's another dot ball, completes the over. 181 for 9 at the end of the 32nd.
Yeah, just having a look back at the scorecard, and at one stage, Glamorgan 92 for 2, looking in, pretty good stead. Coulson and Tribe at the crease. Coulson had smashed his way to 60 odds. Tribe was a little bit more steady at the other end, but then they lost 5 wickets for 20 runs through the middle overs from the 13th over to the 19th, and that really just hamstrung them.
Yeah, you can't have 6 of your top 9 getting single-figure scores. Sorry, 6 of your top 8 getting single-figure scores.
Critchley floats up and just leaps off the pitch there.
The highest of which was 2.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
You're never going to win a game of cricket like that.
Yeah, no matter how good the other 2 are. And that is it. Victory for Essex. Emphatic victory for the home side here at Chelmsford. A brilliant performance all round from them today. Charlie Allison and Tom Westley with the bat, followed up by Harmer with both bat and ball. And Essex continue on the hunt for a quarter-final spot in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They're back in a couple days' time on Sunday to take on Gloucestershire, who are currently top of the table. But it's an exciting end to what has been a very good campaign for them in the competition.
Yeah, huge game here on Sunday. As we said earlier, tickets available on the Essex website. But here Essex have won this one by 190 runs in an emphatic victory. Very professional performance, I thought, with bat, with ball, in the field. And they just had too much for an inexperienced Glamorgan side. And Simon Harmer leading from the front, 5 for 47. Snater 1 for 40 off 7. Porter 1 for 39 off 5. Benkenstein 1 for 41 off 8. Critchley 2 for 11 off 2.2. Mopped up the tail, but Simon Harmer 5 for 47 off his 10 overs. The main man, as he so often is in this parish.
Yeah, what a game here at Chelmsford. Essex very much in the hunt for the quarterfinals, we're saying, but they must win on Sunday, which we'll be back for just before 11 o'clock here on Essex TV on YouTube, here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground as well. If you can come down to make it against Gloucestershire, should be an exciting day as Essex continue, hopefully, with a winning streak. They've got 3 from 3. Can they make it 4 from 4? We'll see you just before 11 o'clock on Sunday.
Right, well, to finish things off, we have our Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match. 3 nominees, 2 of them more veteran than this one, and a well-deserved award it is too, because it goes to Charlie Allison. Charlie, just before we make the award, your first list day century, another special moment for you in what is turning out to be a very special season.
Cheers. Is that on? Perfect. Yeah, obviously got a few 80s, so to be able to kick on and make 3 figures was very nice, especially here at Chelmsford.
I was talking to Tom at the coin toss and we were talking about momentum, and it feels like there's a real momentum in this group now, back-to-back wins and emphatic wins as well, so confidence must be high in the camp.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously we scored a fair few runs in the last game, so defending definitely helps when you got 350 plus on the board. Hopefully we can continue that and go again Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday we've got tabletoppers Gloucestershire here, so maybe a slightly different challenge, but this group's certainly up for it right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're in the best place possible right now, so hopefully play on the same pitch and get a few more runs and then let Harman just spin them out.
We live in hope. Dejesh is going to come forward and make the award for today's Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match, Charlie Allison. Thanks, gents. And thank you for your support. Don't forget, it's an 11 o'clock match on Sunday. Make sure you're here. We need you loud and proud on Sunday. It's a big, big game to see whether Essex are going to progress into the quarterfinals of this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup.